1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
After a 20-year hiatus, the storied Regatta Tournament has returned to the diplomacy circuit. The Diplomacy Broadcast Network is proud to provide live coverage of this weekend's games from Denver, Colorado. Thank you all for joining us for today's broadcast. My name is Brian. I'm one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and a frequent host of DBN's League Night, the show where we cover league diplomacy games from all around the world. But it's been quite a while since I've had the opportunity to be on Gameday Live. So I'm really excited to cover the return of this diplomacy tournament. And I'm also excited to bring in a couple of the very best minds in today's diplomacy hobby. I'd like to welcome, first of all, fresh off of his big win at dipcon, we're joined by the 2023 North American dipcon champion, Michalis Kamaridis. Michalis, welcome.
Hi, pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you for being on. And after quite a bit of an absence for very good reasons, I'd like to welcome my fellow co-founder of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and winner of the 2023 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, Brandon Fogel. Brandon, welcome.
Hey, Brian. It's great to be back.
Glad to have you. And I would like to give a shout out to those joining us in chat during today's live stream. Dip Chat is one of my favorite parts of these broadcasts. If you're watching this broadcast as a recording, I'd like to welcome you and thank you for watching. And if you're watching it live, join in Dip Chat by going to our YouTube channel and join in our friendly and supportive conversations about the game of diplomacy. We got a lot going on today, lots of games to cover. Regatta had a phenomenal turnout, so we're going to go pretty quickly through our opening segment. Summer is a extremely busy time for diplomacy tournaments, and Regatta is roughly halfway through the summer stretch. The first of our DBN Invitational standings will be released this month, and some of our players, including some of those here in our studio, have already had some big successes this year. But early success does not always translate to end-of-year wins. Every single year, we see some players come out of nowhere in the back half of the season and use that momentum to lead on to success during the DBNI in February. So whether you're interested in competing in the DBNI or if you're just looking for some places to play some quality games, you can definitely listen up for some upcoming events. Brandon, would you mind talking us through some of our upcoming tournaments?
Sure. So one of the tournaments that is happening right now is the French National Dipcon, and so that is no longer upcoming. You either were in it this weekend or you were not, but we look forward to providing some coverage of that at some point, if nothing else on Deadline, our monthly news program. Coming up in the United States, we have Gen Con, which is an annual gaming convention where there will be a diplomacy presence. And that is in Indianapolis, in Indiana. That is the weekend of August 3rd through the 6th. Then after that, the next stop on the tour is the big one, the 2023 World Diplomacy Championships. Those are taking place in Bangkok this year, the weekend of August 17th to the 20th. This is the first time that the WDC, the World Diplomacy Championships, will be held outside of North America, Europe, or Australia. So this is a really watershed moment for the hobby. And it's an opportunity for people to go have an amazing experience alongside of the slog that can be a diplomacy tournament. I'll be there, by the way, providing some on-the-ground coverage and maybe playing a little diplomacy as well. So that's coming up August 17th, 20th. Look for coverage of that event right here on Diplomacy Broadcast Network. After that, we've got Weasel Moot coming up at the end of September. That is Chicago's main event in terms of diplomacy tournaments. That is the last weekend in September, September 29th, bleeding over into October 1st. Brian and I are both longtime Weasels, and we will be helping Sabi Ahuja in organizing the tournament, but we will both be playing and hopefully competing.
One of us will.
I would like to. Is the summer class? I think the summer classic was canceled, correct?
McCallus? No, I think it's on.
Okay.
Yeah, so myself and Johnny Dillon have decided that we want to make sure that the Virtual Summer Classic does run this year. There's been a lot of new faces in VDL. We want to make sure that they have an opportunity to play in an event which gets you sort of instant results. Like VDL is great, but you don't get a result till the end of the year. This gives an opportunity for these new faces to hopefully integrate further into the hobby, and maybe gives them a taster session before they can eventually come to some face-to-face events of their own. So we will be running that in the last week of August. It will be the weekend of the 25th, with the top board the following weekend.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So McCallus, thank you and Johnny, thank you all for putting that together. Such a great event. I think it's a really good way. As you said, sometimes it's difficult for people to have opportunities to play face-to-face, whether it's due to schedules or finances. Traveling is not always easy. So one of the things I love about the virtual format is that anyone can play from their house. You still have the time commitment, but it's not the same as a travel time commitment. And the Summer Classic has always done a really good job of trying to make sure that we've got a global perspective in mind. There's time zones, or there's games arranged to start in every time zone that's basically convenient across the world. So really, really glad to see that coming back. In Gen Con, we've got Renegade Games just did a new edition of Diplomacy. I actually got my copy, came in the mail the other day. So here we go. It's a beautiful thing to see this game back in action again, back with a good publisher, getting some support. So definitely, if you happen to go to Gen Con, stop by and say hey to Renegade and thank them for putting that together. It looks like there's going to be some fun stuff there. Moot, can't say enough about that. This is Brandon and I's home tournament. Sabi Ahuja organized and is running the tournament, did a fantastic job last year, had a great time. Do come out, say hi. We'd love to see you. And of course, if you can make it to Thailand, I'm so jealous for everybody who can. Brandon, take lots of pictures, videos, and help those of us live through your experiences.
I'll do my best.
Cool. And McCallus, can you give us a quick rundown on some upcoming league play?
Yep, so the Nexus Leagues, which run new games every couple of weeks. The next one of them is starting tomorrow. You join the Nexus Leagues Discord server to get involved in that. They are a really long-running and successful format, and for the extended deadline players, I believe they have 24-hour phases, and yeah, get involved. The French Diplomacy League is having its next meet next weekend on July the 23rd. The Virtual Diplomacy League's next event will be on August 13th, and the Tour of Britain is having its summer break at the moment. We'll be back on September the 8th, all of which are great for you to get involved in the virtual diplomacy action.
Yeah, and if you'd like to get involved with any of those, the best place to go is the diplobn.com/schedules. You can also check out the show notes below. We've got links to a lot of these events, or you can a link out to a page where you'll be able to get more information. So hope to see you participate in the community. It's a fantastic, there's every aspect of this community I love interacting with. You meet people you would never meet otherwise, and it's great. So it's been a really busy weekend for face-to-face diplomacy, and not only do we have the return of Regatta that we're covering today, but the French National Dipcon took place over this weekend as well. We've got Emmanuel de Pontevis, Brioque Thibault, David Tomei, Marc Leguet, Rene Van Royjean, and Paul Place and Sebastian Arundel qualified for the top board. That is underway right now. Tom Haver's posting live updates over in the Renegade Games Discord server if you want to follow along. There's also been a few photos that have come across our way, and here's a couple of those right now. Looks like they took this event and played at a winery, which is about the most French way to play diplomacy that I can think of. But today we're covering the Regatta Diplomacy Tournament from Denver, Colorado. It's been 20 years since the last regatta was held. But there's a bit of history at that event. Brandon, can you give us some quick updates about that event?
Yeah, sure. So the event was started in the year 2000 by Manus Hand, who was also the founder of the Diplomatic Pouch, one of the main news magazines of the diplomacy hobby. It ran for about 5 editions, during which that included the 2001 North American dipcon, which was won by some no-name, David Hood. Yeah, I haven't heard of this guy. This also included the 2003 World Diplomacy Championships, which are best known for having the largest turnout of any WDC this century at 128 players. So we're still trying to best that.
Super impressive. And here's some material that was shared over on the Renegade Games Discord server. There's Manus Hand has put together a pretty lengthy thread kind of detailing the history of the event. If you want to read more, definitely check that out. There's a link to the server in our show notes. So we got a couple of the promo materials that were put together, and then you can see some familiar faces looking a bit younger. So including our own David Hood in this top right and bottom left photo. So really fun to see. And a lot of our players have been sharing some videos and some photos through social media. And
well, just 1 second though. I mean, let's just take a moment to reflect on the fact that David Hood was young once.
Yes. There's a reason why those photos were chosen by me for this broadcast. Definitely more to go see on that Renegade's channel, Renegade Discord channel. And then let's take a quick look at some of the photos players have shared from this weekend so far.
Hoist up the John B. sail, see how the mainsail set, how the mainsail set. Call for the captain ashore, let me go home, let me go home, let me go home. I wanna go home. Why don't you let me go home? Well, I feel so break up. I wanna go home. I want to go home. Now hoist up the John B. sails. See how the mainsail set. Call for the captain ashore. Let me go home. Let me go home. Let me go home. Let me go home. I wanna go home. Why don't you let me go home? Well, I feel so break up. I wanna go home. I want to go home.
It's great. Even when he's not on the commentator team, Ed Sullivan still finds a way to dominate the coverage.
The Association of Rocky Mountain Area Diplomacy Adversaries, also known as the ARMADA, puts on this Regatta Diplomacy Tournament. You'll notice a strong naval theme throughout all of the awards. They had a silent auction for charity, where they had some donations. Players could bid on games, a variety of awards. Just seems to be really well supported, and really happy to see the event back in action, and the Armada really providing a lot of support as a club for this event.
And the nautical theme makes perfect sense for a landlocked state in a mountainous region.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, my American geography is not the best, not living there, but I was wondering about that.
I mean, they have water in the mountains, so
that's
there are lakes.
Like Olivia, then.
Somewhere. All right, so Regatta, just talk quickly about the format of the event for the weekend. It is a 3-round event. They played 2 rounds on Saturday, 1 round that is underway right now, playing on Sunday. The winner will have the highest combined score from all 3 rounds. For scoring, there's a new scoring system that former Weasel and active Armada member Eber Condrel created. It is called Duct Tape. And in this system, the solo victor and each participant in the draw receives 10 points. For a single player, if any, own more supply centers than any other player, they get 5 points. And then for each supply center owned at the game end, you get 1 point, and solo victors are credited with all 34 centers. So it's nice and easy, something that I can do math in my head, so that's an upside. There are some tiebreakers, most of them having to do with number of game years played, and then there are some overall tournament tiebreakers as well. So if someone has the same score at the end of the tournament, then these tiebreakers would come in, and they basically rank the powers. Each power is given, like France is worth less because it's perceived as an easier power to play than, say, Austria. So all of that combined together creates this new system. Michalis, I know this is a new system. How would you approach that style of game coming into this?
So this is quite an interesting system, and it has the draw size component, which isn't that common in face-to-face, I believe, nowadays. But it's also got the board topping component and a center-based component. So you've sort of got a bit of everything there. I think for me, I'd look at this and say, this is a good scoring system to have a strong ally and run across the stalemate line, because center-based component, you want to be running up as much as possible. Hopefully at the end you then top ahead of your ally. That's good. You then get the board topping component, but also eliminating players is important with the draw size component, which could also make some interesting motivations later on, because small powers who know they're likely to be eliminated now potentially have motivation to throw to certain players who they are less annoyed at.
Yeah, I think I want to jump in here and clarify this. It's actually not a draw size component. It is more of a survival bonus. So players get 10 points for surviving. They don't get any bonus for eliminating another player. So they will not score more. So it differs from draw size in that respect. But it's quite a large survival bonus. So 10 points when supply centers are worth 1 point each. Survival bonus worth about 10 centers is large. So survival is very important, which I think speaks to the point you were making, Michalis, which is that having a strong ally is really important. Having a good ally increases your chances of surviving dramatically. The interesting thing here, too, is that this topping bonus, which is not particularly large, it's only 5 points, is not shared, cannot be shared. So if 2 players tie for the board top, no one gets the bonus. So the only way to get the bonus is to top alone, and that could provide some incentive for alliances to break down as they succeed. So,
yeah, I'd also say that with the topping bonus, 5 points may not be particularly high, but with the centers only being worth 1, that is 5 centers, which is actually pretty significant in the grand scheme of things. So it's not the largest topping bonus, but given that it's not a large scoring system overall, I think actually as a fraction it's still a big chunk, and is probably going to make the difference between who wins and who doesn't.
Yeah, and when you get down to it, you just, if you're trying to win this tournament, you got to look at every way you can score, right? And so if that is a way you can score and get an edge over other people, at least in your game, if not on other tables, you got to go for it. So that topping bonus is going to be important.
Yeah, there's some interesting risk that is built into this. I agree that partnering up with somebody does make a lot of sense. I think from a overall tournament macro perspective, if you are able to eliminate another player, that's knocking 10 points out of their score. So if you're targeting someone, especially in later rounds, that could really come into play in a big, big way, perhaps even more so than in other systems. But the constant pressure of having that large topping bonus that someone could reach out and grab at the last minute at any time is going to create some really nice tension. So looking forward to see how this plays. New system, always fun to see. So I think that's about it. Let's. I'm going to go ahead and transition us over into our coverage. Pull up our little transition video while I pull up the games. We'll take a look at some of the players. All right, so if we're taking a look at our top 10 by DBNI ranking from 2020, the 2022-23 season. Again, we're about halfway through the season, so we will be releasing our updated standings this month. Really excited about that. So this should be the last tournament that we see last year's standings. But this is shocking to me. I believe this is by far the smallest number of top 10 DBNI DBNI participants in a face-to-face tournament that we've seen since DBNI started. So we've got Ed Sullivan, Karthik Konath, Matt Krill, Ben Kelman, all participants in the previous DBNI, and fantastic players. Every single one of them is a threat on any board they're on. But the big storyline for me that I'm going to be watching is with 4 players here that are in the top 10. I believe there are roughly around 30 players total at the event. That is a massive number of players that are going to be unfamiliar to most of the players on this board. And it's a different kind of skill to play A, in a new meta, B, with new players, and C, to play with players who may be inexperienced at the game of diplomacy. That is a very different skill than what the kind of skills that these players are used to demonstrating playing with more familiar opponents and perhaps more experienced opponents. So I'm really curious to see how these 4 in particular respond to that new challenge. So that's going to be the main thing I'm watching. Brandon, McCallus, I'll go to y'all. What are the storylines that you're looking for this event?
Well, I'll hop on the theme you just introduced. I entered the scores into our Dipcast software, and about 20 people were brand new to the database. So these are people who not only didn't play in the DBNI, but haven't played at all in the virtual era or in whatever records I imported from before that. So a lot of these people may be new to diplomacy altogether. And I asked Manas about his recruiting techniques, and he played coy, but he's done an amazing job at drumming up local interest for this tournament. When you're playing with new players as an experienced player, and I guess we're going to focus on them a little bit, the experienced players, because we are not going to be expecting one of the newer players to challenge for the tournament title, which may be naive of us, right? There may be a shark in there that we don't know about. So that's one thing to keep an eye on. Are any of the new players sort of interested and capable of making a run at the title? But I'll just jump on for these guys. I'd be interested to hear what McCallus thinks too about what it's like to play with less experienced players. But there's sort of 2 tricks. You have to present yourself as credible, and you have to gauge whether the other people are credible. It's it's really a test of your ability to form relationships with strangers. I think Ed Sullivan, the name right at the top there is somebody that I would expect to excel at that. He's a lawyer. He's used to going in front of judges and dealing with juries and trying to convince them to appreciate the things that he's saying. So I would look for Ed to possibly have a big tournament here.
Yeah, so for me, I know a lot of these players are new to the database, but I also know that the ARMADA is quite a self-contained ecosystem. There's a lot of players who are playing there who not necessarily gone to other events. And obviously I came across the same thing at DixieCon. DixieCon has a large player base of people who generally only go to Dixie. They don't go to other events, but they've played diplomacy. They know how to play diplomacy. And as Brandon says, you have to be able to build relationships with these people quickly, but you can't assume that you're better than them, that you're more experienced and will be able to pull a fast one on them. So you definitely have to manage that in a different way and respect them, even if they play because they have such a self-contained ecosystem. The meta may be very different. I was playing at DixieCon and seeing things that were common there that I haven't seen at all recently, and perhaps ever, as being a sort of default opening, default alliance. ERs were really, really popular at Dixie, and I haven't seen them as a common theme events in a very long time. And Russian-German wars straight off the bat was something that I noticed at Dixie that were pretty common that you haven't necessarily seen here on our streams for quite a long time. So Regatta may have its own special metas that the players that are there will think this is normal, and the players like these four who haven't been in those events won't necessarily think the same thing. They'll have to be able to adapt to that and not try and go in with what their preconceived idea of the best moves are. For me, from these four on the list, I'm actually going to be paying most attention to Matt Creel, because I believe this is his first event since he won Whipping and broke his Dark Honor winning tournament. So I'm wanting to see if he can get some momentum going. We've had a few people in the past year who they've won their first event and then have just kept winning. I believe one of them's on the stream with us. Can't remember which the two of you it is. And Riaz Varani did the similar thing where he won tournaments back to back to back last year. So maybe Matt Creel is going to be able to build on that Whipping victory and get another strong result here.
Yeah. And real quick, sorry, let me just add on top of, I'm sorry, I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I had the opportunity to play with Matt Creel at Cascadia, and I think that his personality, demeanor, and play style could lend itself well towards building the trustworthiness or the apparent trustworthiness that might be helpful in a new meta. So I could see him playing well in this environment as well. And then the other last point I'll make on this is that many of these players, Manus sent me a list. Many of these players are familiar playing with this or playing this game. But most of them are playing with the ARMADA club itself. And so in that aspect, it reminds me of when we used to have a really large turnout for Weaselmoot of local players. You can get kind of a club meta that does develop. A lot of those players know each other. And one of the fun things about that is those players, in many cases, it's a mixed bag as to whether that's good or not, because you do know, hey, I've got some past reps and past experience with these players, but that also means that you've been burned and beaten by them. So in many cases, I've found that those local hobbies like to see each other lose. So it'll be fun to see if anybody can take advantage of that kind of scenario.
Are you speaking from personal experience, Brian?
I am definitely speaking from personal experience. I also see Chris Kelly in chat. Hi, Chris Kelly.
Yeah. So first of all, let me just say I've been off air for a long time, so I'm going to try to check the urge to say everything that comes through my mind. But I'll just jump on both of those points. We've been looking at these four players on this list as sort of the insiders, and that may be completely backwards.
Yeah.
They very easily could be outsiders coming into this pre-existing culture and system, and they're the ones who have to try to navigate it. The insiders may be the players that we don't know.
All right, well, let's get to our very first game. And while I'm bringing that up, if you've not already done so, please give this video a like and subscribe to the video or to the channel if you've not already done so. That will help promote this broadcast on the YouTube algorithm, help new players find the channel, and has resulted to some new players joining the hobby. So with that, here we go. In round one, game one, these boards are being named after famous sea vessels, continuing on with that nautical theme. So the Beagle, I believe, was Charles Darwin's ship as he sailed around the world. But on this board, we have Chris Hiles in Austria, Troy Bedinger from Colorado, Russell Weisfield from France, the venerable one and only Eddie Brisson from San Francisco in Germany. Italy, we have Alicia Carden. Russia, Ed Prem. And in Turkey, Matthew Krill. Brandon, I'm going to put you as the lead for this broadcast, so I'll let you talk through these players. What are the storylines you're watching for on this board?
Well, like we said before, there's a bunch of new players here. Austria, England, France, Italy are players that none of us have any familiarity with. Ed Prem was in the database before, but I did not look to see what else he's played. It's hard not to look at Eddie Brisson and Matthew Krill in terms of people that we know. So they're in Germany and Turkey. The odds of that, they know each other well. The odds of them working together are unlikely because they're far apart. So what I'm looking for is basically what alliances form in the early going and how tightly do they stick together. Let's get to know these players.
All right. Well, we'll get to know the players and we will bring up and see our moves. Pulling up my screen right now. And all right, let's get to it. Spring 1901, Brandon.
All right. Gosh, it's like getting back on the bike here. So I look for the DMZs. English Channel is DMZ'd. Galicia and Black Sea are not. Vienna tries to go to Serbia. And Budapest is the one to bounce Warsaw in Galicia. That is not something you see every day, and there are good reasons for that. It seems so peculiar that it's hard to think it was an accident, but it kind of has to be. There's no advantage to doing it this way. Elsewhere, we've got Italy doing the sort of lovely Tyrrhenian Sea opening, which doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot if they just take Tunis with the fleet. Let's see, France does a sort of version of the Hood Hog. That's kind of about it. Oh, England goes to Eddie, which is very friendly, but gets away with it.
Right, and for these early games, for the early rounds, we're doing really rapid coverage. We've got a lot of games to cover. We cannot be here, sadly, all day. So, Michalis, if something jumps out to you, just jump right in. Otherwise, I'm going to just keep pushing on through.
All right, let's see what jumps out to me here is France takes Belgium without England's consent. And Eddie covers Munich, guesses wrong there. We have Alicia in Italy convoying to Tunis. So this is actually a potentially very anti-French opening. That fleet is now poised in Tyrrhenian Sea and can go west very easily. Venice did not move to Piedmont, however, so this could be worse for the French. The build here from Italy will be very interesting. Russia and Turkey successfully DMZ Black Sea, so you've got a potential juggernaut brewing here, which is also something for Italy to be concerned about. Last thing of note is that France takes Spain with the to the north coast, which is unusual and interesting, and we're already seeing lots and lots of new stuff here from these players that we don't know. So thank you, Armada.
Yeah, in the past year or past couple of years, we've really seen AI dominate against RT as a running theme. People have worked out how to run an AI really, really well on DBN and all of our streams. And so RT has rarely had a chance to get going and crush the board. But this is the sort of start that can have a juggernaut actually live up to the much vaunted name that it rarely achieves nowadays. As for that Italian opening, that is almost one of my favorites, except Venice would be in Piedmont.
The build is surprising from Italy. A army in Rome is not what you would expect here, especially given the aggressive RT, who have fantastic position thanks to Austria's opening. This has the look of an RT dominating the East very, very quickly. All right, well, let's keep an eye on the East here, and we still have the RT advancing here. The Austria is not doing the things one would need to do in order to combat this. Italy, it's possible that this is a backstabber error. That London should have been a fleet. That is something that we'll keep an eye on if that converts to a fleet. In the West, we have England and Germany teaming up against France. So potential EG operating here. We also have Russia moving from Sweden to Gulf of Bothnia. And this is potentially a very interesting move here. And this suggests possible ERG cooperation. That's something I think if you're England, you would like to see St. Petersburg also having gone south. That's sort of the one thorn in this rosebush. But yeah.
That does actually make me wonder if Russia is setting up to convoy St. Petersburg to Sweden, and that is what's actually going to happen here. Already perhaps thinking about who the next target is if Austria is going to collapse very quickly to this fast-moving RT.
So we have no orders in the fall. All right, so I do in the spring, do we? Okay, so clearly they went back and made some adjustments. And you know what I'm going to do is I can go back and erase the orders and have them download again. So I think what happened here is that some orders got downloaded and then they went back and changed them. But we can go on from here as well. You can see now that was a fleet build from. Oh, no, because we've also gone through winter here as well. All right, let's piece this together as best we can. It was a fleet build from Italy because they now have a fleet in Western Med and Gulf of Leon. That would only have been possible if that first build was a fleet. But they have built an army in Rome now in winter of 1902. England built a fleet in Liverpool, I believe, as with the spoils of Belgium. And that from here, we can just see that the EG is continuing to move against France, with Italy also joining the attack. France is unlikely to be long for this game. But Italy's attention to France in the West has meant that Turkey and Russia are having a free reign in the East. And Turkey, played by very capable Matthew Krill, is taking full advantage of that, going to Ionian, now getting armies into position. You can see that Austria is now turning west, probably angry at Italy for not doing anything to help. Germany's even coming down to do something, which maybe isn't friendly to Austria because they're part of this ERG. So yeah, this seems like an ERGT for the moment, a four-way alliance that is just like Pac-Man going to eat the rest of the board.
Well, I'd say we didn't comment on Eddie not building a fleet in 1901 as Germany, and by the looks of this, it was definitely the case that he built two armies, and now Russia has slid straight into the Baltic Sea. Warsaw is in Silesia. RT are already lining up their next targets. It may have been an ERG in the north for 1 year, but I don't think it will be for much longer. And France may be dying quickly, but they may not be dying quickly enough to save the West here, because Austria is going to be essentially dead by the end of this year, and Italy has now left Naples open for a walk-in for the Turks as well. So this RT is just screaming through this board.
Yeah, and actually, Krill had his choice of Tunis or Naples here because both of them were indefensible. And instead, he rather than take one of them with a fleet, he convoys over, which is a power move. Krill is picking up two here, Serbia and Naples, as is Russia, Budapest, and Vienna. And Russia. So Ed Prem now, I think, is showing us that he's got some trickery up his sleeve because he's quickly turned on his erstwhile ally in Germany and supported France into Munich. So this was the way to guarantee that Eddie would go down one, which was to involve the French unit. And Russell was sort of happy to oblige. Troy Bettinger in England is moving right ahead now in Mid-Atlantic and Brest. Loses Belgium to the German, probably agreed upon. But that'll be one to keep an eye on. But nice position here by Troy. You could see Troy entering into a three-way alliance with Russia and Turkey here.
But again, I suspect Russia is now going to be building Summit in St. Petersburg, and England has nothing in North Sea. So Norway is already de facto Russian as well. It's still all good news for the RT. Yeah,
is it a fleet? Fleet South Coast. There you go. So that's a clear sign from Russia that they want to continue working with England, at least for the time being. Austria does the FU disbands and keeps the one that can't or that can move west. It does. So Russia continues using the smaller powers to his advantage, getting Austria into Munich. Eddie, for his sake, is now, I think, going full revenge tour against Ed, even supporting the French into Berlin, his own dot. Meanwhile, the Italian is now sending a couple units back towards the homeland to try to recover something. They'll get Rome back, but lose lots of position. There is the taking of Romania from the Turkish. This is most likely agreed upon to destroy the fleet there. But it does provide Matthew Krill with an opportunity to take a commanding lead in this board if he wants to keep Romania and take Budapest. We'll see what he does there.
I have to say, I don't like the way that was done. Like, from either of their perspectives, I see Matt has followed up and gone with the stab, but Russia, if you're agreeing to blow up the fleet, put it in Bulgaria, and Matt could have moved straight into Trieste. So, from an RT perspective, it was a slowing of momentum, and maybe that played on Matt's mind on why he's chosen to just go all in on this instead.
Yeah, this is a fascinating move. So just the overview here is that Matthew Krill has almost certainly stabbed his ally Ed in Russia. You can see the logic too, because Ed is like bogged down on the northern front. So what is Ed really going to do here? And Matthew is already has a fleet in Tunis. Does a curious thing here tactically, doesn't support himself to Tyrrhenian Sea, which is guaranteed. So his units don't advance here in a way that they could have. So there's a bunch of stuff going on in the West that involves England getting a build. But the funniest thing for me here is going to be that Austria is getting a build. Austria has taken Kiel, survives, and Trieste is open. I don't think you want that if you're Russia or Italy. If you're Turkey, you never know. It kind of depends on whether he's willing to play ball with you or not.
Yeah, maybe Matt not taking Trieste was some sort of agreed deal where he's actually sort of friendly with Austria at this stage. I do think Eddie convoying to Livonia is a really nice move. It could spell really nice things if he wasn't losing 2 dots in the process.
And just love the convoy from England into Iberia. That's going to make getting through there much, much easier than it otherwise would be.
Yeah.
It's a question, if you're England, do you want to be attacking Italy here? But maybe at this point you're thinking you just need centers and you have to fight. You have to race Turkey. We'll see. Matthew is going full stab here, and his goal, I think, is going to be to just establish a dominant lead that nobody can surpass. And I like his odds. All right, let's see. We've got a lot of eastern movement on the Russians' part. We've got a lot of northern and western movement on Turkey's units. He does take Tyrrhenian Sea here, so he does have good position, and crucially gets support into Venice from that brand new Austrian army. So it does seem like Matt has done a masterful diplomatic job here and gotten the rump Austrian state on his side. And that, honestly, that could be the kind of thing that tips the balance for him, and can solidify a board top for him and possibly turn it into more. We'll see.
Yeah, it gives him so much potential, because as you now see, it gives him Budapest, whereas Russia, if Austria was friendly with Russia, Budapest wouldn't have fallen, and that's yet another dot going Mackerel's way.
Things are looking really good here for Matt. He trades Venice for Naples here. Does get Budapest, but the units are in great position now. He's in Ukraine. He's in Sevastopol. He's got armies everywhere he needs them to be in the east. His units in the west are in good position. And crucially, England is now trying to take dots from Italy rather than getting Italy to send everything towards Turkey. So in the north, it looks like England takes Denmark. We'll see whether that was consensual or not. Picardy does not go to Belgium, instead supports the French unit to Belgium, and that wasn't taken. So I think if you're Troy and you're stabbing Germany, you wanted to take Belgium here. So that could be a potential mistake. Right?
Yeah, and it's also good news for Matt Krill again, because not only is he leading, but the second place power has just gone massively down. So his lead's actually gained because Russia is now also falling on other fronts. And with Italy, as I said before the show, if Italy now realizes they're going to be eliminated, are they more pissed at the Turk who's come at them from the start, or the England who's just backstabbed them from behind?
All right, it's all coming up Turkey here. There's just no other way to look at this. Turkey's units are all moving away from his home centers into position to take more centers, getting help from Trieste into Vienna. So Austria very clearly has identified Russia as the problem and Turkey as the solution. And all the other units are sort of moving the other way. I guess with the exception of Portugal convoying to North Africa here, which is really, you just really don't want armies in North Africa. That one's going to get stranded here.
Well, even Germany is supporting Turkey forward as revenge for the English stab to St. Petersburg is the thing that's actually made the difference to Turkey getting Moscow as well.
Good. Nice call. Yeah, this is just a massive board top for Matthew. The only questions now are how big is the board top going to be, and does anyone give him a look at 18?
Yeah, if England botches this attack and can't form a line properly, there is a world where this can lead to 18 even for a Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1906, and we're already on a Turkish solo watch. This might be, if it's not the fastest Turkey I've ever seen, it's got to be top 2 or 3. This is incredible pace from Matt Krill. I'm going to be watching how the rest of the board responds to this.
All right, moving forward, we see that Russia is supported by Germany back into Moscow. So this is a big knock against a possible solo by Turkey. Turkey now turns on Austria, who is sadly eliminated, but served the purpose, and Matt wants the dots now instead. In the south, Krill guesses correctly on Tunis here and is able to force that fleet in Western Med to retreat, which is disbanded instead. Fascinating.
There's no retreat open. That was a really, really clever piff. You got to give credit to Matt Krill there.
Oh, thank you. That's right. Mid-Atlantic wasn't vacated, so that is a piff. That's a big deal for Matthew Krill, who will now have a free run at Naples and Rome. And the question's going to be whether he can get into position to take Marseille or Spain, because that is where he would be stopped here. Also going to be a question whether he could get Warsaw and Moscow. With Russia disbanding here, there's opportunities here. Let's keep on going.
Yep, we see once again one of my favorite truisms in diplomacy. There are not many of them, but the wicked witches are rising together once again. It's a race, but I don't think the West is going there. I don't think there's a shot that Troy keeps up. Yeah.
No, because so it ends here. I don't think I take this draw if I'm at Krill.
Possibly there's a tournament perspective. Maybe there's some sort of detente that's happened between him and Italy. It seemed like Italy was going the other way in the last year, so perhaps he just doesn't want to stab her if he doesn't think he can solo. That's the only reason I can think of why he doesn't take at least those guarantees on Rome and Naples. Can
you go back a second? I want to see what France was
absolutely.
doing here. I know we don't want to linger too much on this, but so France was supporting Austria. If France is willing to help Turkey, then there's a solo here. I keep this game going until it's clear to me that there's no solo. You don't want to get a huge score in round 1, but if you can get a solo, you get a solo.
I like to take a big score anytime I can get it. My opportunities come few and far between. All right. Well, we've got a Matthew Krill kind of throwing down the gauntlet, saying, hey, here's a score. Come at me rest of the tournament. It could have been bigger possibly, but it's awfully big first start. So let's go ahead and move on to our second game. Michalis, if you'll talk us through our players.
Well, Austria, England, France, Germany, and Italy are all completely unfamiliar to me, so I can't really say very much about them. Emmett Wainwright, I played with at DixieCon, the same with Cameron Higby. Both of them travelled to DixieCon. Cameron topped a board very, very solidly in my final game that game. And Emmett was a pretty solid Italy. I know he is from the local area of Denver as well, even though he may be originally in Raleigh. He definitely said he was involved with Armada in Subway, so he's probably familiar with a fair few of these players.
All right, well, let's get to our moves, and here we go.
All right, so again, we've got some pretty unusual openings compared to what we're used to, at least in the German perspective. For the second game in a row, we see Italy open into Tyrrhenian Sea. So maybe this is what I was talking about before, about those self-contained metas. And maybe Italy opening to Tyrrhenian Sea is the norm for the regatta. So
that'd be so fun.
Yeah, that would be quite an interesting change of pace compared to how we're used to. That's quite a pro-Turkey move. So we'll see whether Cameron can take advantage. Other than that, it's all pretty standard. Again, England opens to Edinburgh, potentially anti-Russian.
You know, one of the things I've been thinking about, just to linger on that a little bit, how France has been so dominant in the meta for so many years. What powers would be able to adjust? And I think Italy may have a part to play in that. I haven't quite come up with my own opinion on what that might be. But I'm going to be watching these games, second one with Tyrrhenian Sea, to see whether or not even just a small amount of pressure could make a difference compared to what we're used to seeing. I know, Brandon, you had some experience with that on your DBNI top board.
Well, again, we see Italy convoy into Tunis. Again, Italy doesn't go to Piedmont, so both times it seems anti-French, but isn't as anti-French as it could be. The walkout of Venice is particularly brave when Germany was sat in Tyrolia, but it seems that Germany, having made those interesting openings, is just going to go back on them. Prussia holds. That's very, very surprising. Denmark doesn't bounce Sweden either. It looked like they were anti-Russian. So for the second game in a row, we have what could be a fast-starting RT. Turkey this time gets into Greece in 1901. Russia does put the fleet into Rum, though, which makes it a little more complicated for pushing that forward. So maybe this is actually going to turn into a wrap.
That's what it looks like to me. I prefer to call them art, however, ART.
It depends on how well it's executed.
Indeed.
Depends which side of the board I'm on. All right, so we have, AR combining together to take Munich in 1902. We have Turkey going back to take Bulgaria with the army. That's a little bit surprising. Maybe Austria is coming down to take Greece. There's some sort of deal that's been cut there. France is coming into the Med and Italy is going east. So Italy at least was worried about rat potential, but it doesn't seem as if Austria is necessarily hostile to Italy. So maybe Austria is sort of playing all sides and getting support into Munich in the process. So that's really nice for Clark if that's the case. In the West, it's looking like a very fast-starting EF, which, given Russia has seemingly botched an attack on Norway, this could be really, really nice for EF to keep pushing forward here.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about that attack on Munich here, right? Russia and Austria taking it. So clearly Russia and Austria are on the same page. You know, this thing about Austria covering Trieste in the fall and now moving out, and Tuscany going back to Venice, and what is the Turkish thing? So there's confusion down here in the south is what's actually happening. So this should be a revealing turn.
So Turkey is getting to keep Greece, so it definitely seems as if Austria is pro-Turkey, which means they're going to have to be anti-Italy. There's not a quadruple on here. France is coming into the Med, but Leon doesn't push further forward, so maybe this is actually an Italian invitation. Italy, realising they have a Turkish problem, has perhaps invited France to come and help, but not help too much. If so, more good news for EF. England just walks right into a wide-open keel. England helps Russia keep Sweden, which could be pro-Russian, or it could just be I want Germany disbanding right now, and this is the best way to make sure that Germany goes down quickly. So, yeah, Russia has opened St. Pete for a build, but by the looks of it, doesn't actually have a build. So, yeah, interesting to see what happens here.
This is a fun work of art, I have to say. Turkey already in Ionian. They're clearly, they've collaborated with Austria. Both of them are getting a build here. Yeah, let's see where this goes.
And I do want to say that this tournament it's a 20-year hiatus, and we're returning. The first 2 games we've seen so far remind me of games from 20 years ago, with strong cooperation between Russia and Turkey dominating the rest of the board. I think this is a good opportunity for those of us in the modern meta to kind of take a step back and pause and look at things and evaluate, is there something to this? Did these players from 20 years ago have something figured out? Nothing else, it's fun.
Yeah, builds are all pretty much as you'd expect. And Russia keeps pushing forward. England, interesting double tap on Denmark, suggests they're sort of playing for time. Not entirely sure why you'd need to do that, but I guess they don't want a German retreat to annoy them by going to Helgoland or something, so they're waiting to take it in autumn. Germany, it appears, is now trying to help the French forward into Munich, has decided that they're more annoyed at the random Austrian attack that came up there than they are at the EF that's crushed them, which is really good news for EF. And Italy is indeed supporting the French forward. So, yes, this looks quite good for RT cooperation, but my money's still on EF as having the better position because they're so far forward already.
I don't know if this was pointed out before, but everyone in the West is named some form of Robert.
Let's go Team Bob.
So, yep. EF continue to go forward. Russia supports England into Denmark whilst England walks into St. Petersburg. That's very nice for England, not so nice for Emmett. I have to say, Moscow and Livonia both holding there. I'm looking at that and saying, if you're only planning to hold, why are you not self-bouncing in St. Petersburg every day of the week? That's just a mistake, I have to say. But Turkey gets the convoy to Apulia, while France has kept themselves friendly with Italy. I'm guessing Rome is probably arranged, but maybe not. Maybe it was an attempt to actually sneak in. We'll see.
So the question I have is St. Pete. Anybody have any theories as to why Emmett would have left that open?
I think it was negotiated. That's the only thing I can imagine. I think McAllis's point is it's either a tactical error or a strategic error on Emmett's part. If it was agreed, shouldn't have agreed to it.
Yeah. Like, you can see a world where he's agreed to give up St. Petersburg because it's only a fleet going in there and it's how you get long-term cooperation, but why? I like it. It's just really bad for your position.
Yeah. And Rob,
and
now
that's
is
not England putting down units that look like they're anti-French either, so yeah. If it was a strategic play, it hasn't worked. Elsewhere...
Well, maybe now it looks like it was not, maybe not agreed upon.
Yeah, so Russia retakes St. Petersburg, but England, interestingly, goes down to Helgoland with that fleet. Not too sure why you'd want to be going there. I can't understand where that's going, no matter who your target is. If you're looking to do something against the French, you can't even sneak Belgium anymore. Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one. In the south, Austria is now getting in. No, Austria does not get into Venice. Adriatic blocks that, but Turkey does get the convoy to Naples because France has decided that Italy's outlived their use, and France takes Rome. Probably should have backfilled Tyrrhenian Sea, though.
Yep.
Italy, in return, is now deciding that they're going to throw everything at the French. Assuming that they're pissed enough, they're probably going to keep those 2 units that are next to Marseille and pull the other 2 off the board. Holland is taken by France. Again, possibly by agreement, possibly not. The year's not gone great for England, though, having taken what looked like a really, really strong position last year when they got that walk into St. Petersburg. They've not followed through, and Russia's retaken it. They're backwards on position. They haven't taken Sweden, and now they've lost Holland. So, Yeah, this tough reversal for them, and with France building 2, the Italian coming at them isn't actually that big a deal, especially when 2 of the Italian units are about to come off the board. Russia went down to Bulgaria and walked straight back out as well, so that's an interesting one.
I mean, this just feels like RT in Ascendance, although it may be FRT.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a question for me: is will France just join in, try and whittle this down to a 3-way, or are we going to see an adjustment in the West where they just decide to try and hold it here?
Well, Turkey's not on board with France, even if France was trying to be on board with Turkey. It looks like France was supporting some sort of move to Apulia, maybe. But yeah, Turkey has just got in and piffed Rome. Turkey gets the guarantee on Tunis as well as the follow-up. France has lost Marseille. So after after EF had such a good position, they were really inefficient in their moves last year. It looks like Holland wasn't agreed, so England's going back and taking it, and they've ceded that momentum they had, and now it is all RT with the momentum. Russia again walks into Bulgaria. Perhaps it's for a piff of the unit, although they could also just walk into Com behind. Should be quite funny. And perhaps there's some sort of detente again between England and Russia, because Russia walks out of St. Petersburg down to Livonia. They're attempting to put Austria through Munich. It sort of looks like this is everybody against France right now. Emmett has learnt from his mistakes and does self-bounce in St. Petersburg this time. Good job, Emmett. Russia gets forward into Kiel with Austrian support because England and France bounced each other there. Again, EF inefficiencies, not making the correct moves. Again, this rat, and it is still a rat, I think, is getting all of the momentum. Turkey just bypasses Tunis entirely, and it doesn't even matter that Italy's had both their units disbanded because they can't rebuild it. So Italy's still in this game on 0 units, which is that's a bit unfortunate. Austria gets Venice and gets to build. So yeah, the rat is in all the momentum, and it's actually Russia who's probably the most vulnerable of them. I guess Russia does have 2 builds and put 2 more armies down, but this could turn into an AT at some point when Austria starts building. So Russia may have to worry about Romania sooner rather than later.
I actually like Russia's position a little bit more. It's tough to say. It's interesting to see Austria get a build here after sort of a long period of tactical inefficiency.
I think I actually like Austria's position perhaps best of them all, because just nothing around them is an army. Like, yes, Russia's building 3, probably going to have 2 armies at least, possibly 3, but Austria's got a lot of room around it, and if they can keep one of RT on side and get the other 2 to fight each other, Austria is perhaps going to be in position to pick up the pieces.
Got a
Russian wave. Yeah. All right. So Russia is very much still on board with the rat. So is Turkey, because that's yet another fleet. So there is just no Turkish threat to Austria, which is a really nice thing for Austria to have. Yep. They're presumably going to keep pushing forwards.
My guess is that Russia wants to build another northern fleet.
Yeah, which makes sense. Turkey keeps pushing the fleets west, still doesn't have to take Tunis, because, again, Italy is not going to be able to do anything about it. Turkish army sort of push forwards. So what? Perhaps it's there for a convoy from Tuscany to Spain. That could be on the cards. France has decided not to take the guaranteed walk into Liverpool and is walking back out. If North Sea is there to help France, that's good. If North Sea is there to carry on getting revenge against France, then that's terrible news, because they'll walk straight into Brest with an army. So interesting to see what England does, because if England keeps attacking France at this point, you have to say what is going to stop this rat at any point. This is sort of a moment of truth. This is a last chance saloon for being able to stop the rat at around the stalemate line.
Oh.
That is not how to stop the rat. That's a English attack on Brest. But Austria doesn't cut Marseille. Turkey wasn't trying to take Spain, because they both moved there without either of them support. So again, we had a few inefficient moves in this game, and we've had another one this turn. England tried to put Norwegian into St. Petersburg rather than bounce Barents, which is unfortunate.
I assume
Russia has
Tuscany. I assume Tuscany was supposed to go to Marseille. I'm assuming that's the.
Was it just? Is that not the French were supporting Tuscany to Piedmont? It doesn't look like Piedmont actually did anything to me. Can you pull the moves, like the full moves up?
Piedmont supported Tuscany to Marseille.
Okay, so it did do that, and yeah, so moved perhaps to the wrong place, or perhaps this is a backstabber error. We'll see, because those Turkish moves make no sense to me whatsoever.
I mean, they got the convoy order correct, so
yeah, but the convoy has convoy to Spain for that to happen, so that's a bit strange.
My guess is they were caught between two order sets, and
yeah, late change of plans possibly. But Russia has opened St. Petersburg for that extra northern fleet now.
Yeah, real quick, I want to point out that there was a way for Russia to guarantee Norway here, and they didn't do it. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Yep. No, I'm just pausing here for a minute because I've got the devil on my shoulder is whispering in my ear. If I am Turkey here, I'm building, and Austria is not. It seems like this might be an opportunity to talk to Russia and squeeze Austria out of the rat at this point. Just want to get either of your thoughts on, am I an idiot for that, or should I just keep going with a good thing, or what's your thought?
I just don't, yes, Turkey's building one. They're building one army. That's not exactly a particularly credible threat on Serbia. They can't get to. They can't even convoy back from Rome or whatever because Tyrrhenian Sea is open. So I don't see a Turkish stab on Austria as being at all good right now. Russia is also only building one because they only had that one in pocket, and presuming they've opened St. Petersburg deliberately, that's going to be a fleet in St. Petersburg. So again, there's just not the mechanism for cutting Austria out, I don't really think.
I also would just say that I think if you're Turkey, you're getting support into French centers right now, and England and France are fighting. You have the opportunity to get fleets around through the Straits of Gibraltar here. Like, you should be planning for 18 if you're Turkey right now, and not thinking about just locking in a board top.
Yeah. You want to be crossing the stalemate line, and
especially in a game that's, if it's time limited, it's a very long time limited. There's a ton of play left on this board.
Yep.
Yeah, it's year limited at 1918.
And again here, Russia does take Denmark this time. EF have finally put their differences to bed, but not quickly enough to save Spain. And actually, England pulling back out of English Channel. They had to do it to defend from the Russian fleet that's next to the North Sea, but it means that even if they kick Turkey back out of Spain, Mid-Atlantic's now open. So the stalemate line is completely breached because there's just not enough fleets in the west to actually hold a position. That London army that could be a fleet is such a problem position, because if that was a fleet, London could have gone to North Sea, England could have gone to Mid-Atlantic. They'd have a line that would actually still hold, and the fact that that's an army that is completely irrelevant to the line is that one unit difference that means that, yeah, why stab a rat when you're all going to be crossing the stalemate line here? Because I would imagine that Austria is probably going to be the one to get Marseille, and at that point Austria has to start thinking about Burgundy and Paris, which you don't get to think about very often as Austria, but I can see a path for all three of them to cross the stalemate line and then decide who to cut out later. Turkey keeps Spain and gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Delicious. Austria doesn't get anything out of it, so for the first time it seems like they're not the ones getting advantages. Russia gets into Norway and Denmark in the same year. Now I go back to what you said last year, Brian, and think maybe now they're going to cut Austria out because Russia's building two, Turkey's building another one. Turkey has armies there to do something on Venice, can put another army down, and Austria isn't going forward. So Austria's going to have to start thinking about where they're going next, because if they're not getting any centres, then they will be the one cut out. And all of their armies, they've got a big army advantage, but they're in the wrong position for defence.
Although if I'm Russia or Turkey, I'm, I think, trying to get Austria on my side against the other one.
Yeah, same. And they're both making builds that say that that's what the plan is. So, yep, the rat is still on board. It's a rat that's not particularly good for Austria at the moment, but Austria finally gets into Marseille now. Russia, because they've now got 4 fleets in the north. Is that? Yep, 4 fleets in the north. They're in Norwegian Sea, Norway, Barents, and Denmark with fleets. North Sea is now guaranteed to fall to the Russians if they want to for the next turn, which is always nice for them. Turkey, they're doing something that on DBN in the past, we've often seen units from the east that have got into mid-Atlantic bypass Portugal and push further forwards. Usually it's been Italian rather than Turks that have done that, and I, in the past, have always criticised them for not taking Portugal when they can. So here, fair play to Turkey. They've taken it. They didn't get another French unit off the board, and given the dearth of EF fleets around there, they're going to be able to stay at mid-Atlantic afterwards. So take it while it's there, bank it, and move back to mid-Atlantic later.
Take Brest here.
This is fun. This is so much fun.
There's an argument for Brest, but the problem with Brest is that if France had pulled the armies away from Munich to like Picardy and Gascony or whatever, you could have been kicked back out of Brest. So Portugal is a guarantee in the bank. It pulls a French unit off the map. I go for Portugal there, I think.
So here's the question that I was thinking. Krill not only pass up a solo, but also best Turkey. 1908, we've got another really impressive Russia and Turkey performance. I think we'll pause for a minute. Who do we like in this situation?
Who's on the spot first?
We'll go with McCullis first.
So Russia is in an incredible position, but I don't think they're building this year. That's the sort of one weakness. Like, they're going to get North Sea. They've got all these fleets. Positionally, I think Russia is in a better position, but there's the possibility that it turns on them. Turkey, they are building from Portugal, probably not building anything else. But yeah, what's the one build going to do? Say Con, they pull a fleet into Con to go to Black Sea. This is sort of the window if Turkey's going to stab Russia. Knowing Russia's not building, they have to do it right now. But for that to actually be effective, they have to have Austria on side. So I think it entirely depends who has Austria here.
I would pick Turkey as in the slightly better position for the sole reason that Austria can pivot against Russia and can't really pivot against Turkey. But that doesn't mean that Austria is going to be convinced to do that or try it the other way.
Yeah, that was my line of thinking, is that the risk is higher for Russia, but there's also probably a bigger upside. So it will all come down to Austria, most likely.
Also, Jason Bennett has put in the comments that Russia waved last year, and that's correct. Yeah, I forgot about that. So Russia does actually have something in hand to put an army down in Moscow and make them less stabbable. So actually, I will stick with Russia.
And I mean, it's hard to argue with the position that Russia is assuming right here.
Yeah, Russia's in North Sea and North Atlantic. Edinburgh's going to fall. Like, they don't get all of the English dots. Turkey just doesn't have a mechanism to get stuff as quickly, and the only dots that are really close to them are Austrian dots. And if Turkey attacks Austria, Russia has Austria on board. So, yeah.
But that said, this position that Russia has is a potential argument to use with Austria to get them on your side if you're Turkey. So this is really like I want to say really quickly though, one of the things that's happening here is that 3 players have been so successful together that they have raised the stakes for what happens next. The possible rewards are huge and the risks are huge as well, and that's awesome.
Yeah, well done.
Yep, and also, like, if Turkey put an army down and went to Bulgaria, perhaps this is some sort of deal with them and Russia where actually Turkey didn't get Romania negotiated because Russia is guaranteed to take all these English dots. Like, Russia just lets England kick them out of North Sea so they can forward retreat straight into London. They've got a convoy in position to take Liverpool for sure. England is sort of out of this game. My question really is, what is Austria doing? Like, Austria just keeps this attempted attack on France going, and so Austria cannot board top from this position. It would be a miracle if they could turn this around. But the stakes are a bit lower in keeping Austria between them, because yes, there's stakes for a board top, but as long as Austria is there, it's unlikely either Russia or Turkey can solo. So you can have this sort of back and forth fight for a board top, take some risks without worrying that it could backfire into you getting essentially no points from the game. So that sort of Austria as a buffer zone is useful for both of them, I think.
Oh, Turkey does not take Romania. Oh no.
They don't take Romania. They don't go to English Channel. They go to Irish Sea instead, which is like Russia won't have asked for that because Russia's already got Liverpool. So I don't see what Irish Sea does unless it's an anti-Russian position. But if it's an anti-Russian position, why are you not taking Romania? Yeah, this is a really strange turn from Turkey and a really nice year for Russia, who gets London and Liverpool. And Austria, again, doesn't get anything because they turned it around, tried to take Ruhr, and EF blocked Ruhr.
There's no question here, right? Russia, Fleet Sev, Army Warsaw Moscow, go for it, right? Yes. What do you have to lose?
Yeah, especially if England is going to pull fleets off this board, try and stick around in Holland. Because, yeah, going back to the score where the survival bonus is so big, the only centre England can survive on right now is Holland. So they're going to keep Holland around. Yeah, this is really strong potential for a Russian solo because Austria and Turkey have done nothing.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, Silesia should be coming back to Galicia here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, you say that, but the fact he's actually got into Bohemia makes it significantly better, I think. Now they have 2 on Vienna.
Fair.
So Austria can't actually send armies further back because they have to defend Vienna physically. Russia gets into Black Sea, which was guaranteed. Turkey and Austria have at least recognized the threat. And even though Austria is still pushing armies forward into France, who is clearly the biggest threat on the board to them, never mind the fact that France could hand Russia, Belgium, and Holland for free if they're too annoyed. Let's just keep pissing the French off. Russia cleverly decides they don't need to take Edinburgh yet, which maybe this is some sort of reach for hey, England, Janissary for me, and I'll keep you in Edinburgh. So, yeah, I do like this for Russia still.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
They've taken a chance on not defending Vienna, and they've lost. Ankara has fallen, because that was guaranteed, and it falls by convoy. Nice, nice, nice. England loses Holland because Russia has set up to take that first by capping Helderland. They risked Berlin to do it, but this is so much better positionally. I love it. Do go back and take Edinburgh because England, if you're stabbing them, you can't get them as a janissary. England retreats to Belgium, which pulls another unit off the map, and Austria supports the French to defend Brest, which I don't understand at all. I think having made those moves that were anti-French last turn, you almost had to try and get one of you some sort of position to build or not disband or do something, because Austria's pulling, I guess Gascony is a safe pull, but yeah, this is, how does Russia not solo, I think?
I just want to give Emmett his props here. Not covering Romania was a tremendous risk and an obvious thing to do. Like, I would almost have said you have to cover Romania here. Didn't, got away with it. Huge rewards here. He just picked up 4. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does Russia not solo from here?
Yeah. Emmett, do not accept the draw.
Yeah.
So, because France is down to just 2 units, there's not enough units around Munich. Austria does get back into Vienna, which is going to be challenging for Russia to retake. So that's actually quite an important move. But Berlin, it doesn't matter in the slightest. Austria can't hold it, so whatever. France, they correctly guessed that they have to defend Belgium, which is good. And Turkey does have the fleets to put Liverpool at risk at some point. Brest is a useless unit. Like, if this is all aboard stopping the solo, Brest can't just be staying there. Brest has to be going somewhere, possibly convoying to Wales. That would have been a really strong move. Marseille is up into Burgundy, which is at least nice for helping to, for now, hold Munich. But sooner or later, Russia's going to have the armies if France doesn't come there. Serbia is lost to the Turk. I get that you needed an army there, but
This is how you don't solo from that position. You don't get some guesses right, basically. He guessed over Romania. He thought he had to cover it here rather than swing at Khan with support. And here also guesses wrong.
Yep, but he's retaken Berlin and his armies are in a better position there. He's also into English Channel, which isn't unimportant. Yes, London is now at more risk than it would have been, but the fact he's in English Channel means that they have to keep that French unit. It doesn't really want to be in Brest. It wants to be around Munich. Something has to now cover Brest. Belgium is now under a lot more pressure as well, because Russia now has 3 on Belgium. Yeah, yes, they're pulling a unit off the board, but Baltic Sea is actually superfluous now that Berlin is secured. So actually, they've got a safe pool here. The position isn't great anywhere. They didn't get the guesses correct, but they still have. I mean, look at that core of armies around Munich.
Yeah, there were a number of tactical errors in that last turn. I think what we're seeing is the pressure and exhaustion getting to Emmett. There were a number of tactical errors on both sides too. Actually, I thought Austria had some holds or a strange move here.
And Turkey should have been convoying the French army to Wales. They shouldn't have been moving out of English Channel to take to Wales.
100%. Yeah.
So, which unit are you pulling if you are Russia?
Baltic Sea, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although that army Norway has some questionable, but it gets in place.
I think this was like the army Norway could be convoyed. I would have done it to Yorkshire; it was guaranteed. But if you get into London and it's worked, even nicer. Yes, you've lost Liverpool, which was going to happen either way. They get into Munich because it was guaranteed. They had enough units around it. They still have the units around Belgium. No, they don't, because they've gone English Channel to Wales, which, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. That's an error. But the armies move over in the east, which is nice. So
he's got units in the wrong places, but back when he built those 4 armies, I thought he needed a northern fleet. I think he could have used another fleet around the English Channel, and he needs another army in the south. He's
got a guarantee on Belgium this turn because he can tap Ruhr. He would have to risk. No, he doesn't even have to risk Munich to do it because Berlin can support Silesia to Munich, whilst Kiel taps Ruhr and Munich taps Burgundy, so he can keep Munich, take Belgium. Yes, he loses Liverpool, probably guaranteed, although he's been outguessing Turkey enough that there's potentially a way he could get it back if Turkey guesses wrong somewhere. Still gets Belgium. Didn't have to, or didn't do the moves I suggested, but still gets it. France, because Austria's gone up to Picardy, which was necessary.
So England bids farewell. Yeah, my understanding is that they paused the game before this last turn and then came back because the other round was starting and they came back. This is someone told me this had happened with one of these games, and this must have been it.
Well, winner of 1912, we say congratulations to Emmett Wainwright. Fantastic play as Russia dominated this board. Probably puts Emmett into first place, I believe. Score of 31. What a way to start this tournament. 2 really fun games so far. Brandon, you've got words that I can tell are ready to erupt from your mouth.
No, we spent so much time in this game. I'm just looking to see if Emmett had a guaranteed solo here. Certainly has a shot at it, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking. There's still not enough armies around the sort of Trieste area that he builds another one in Warsaw. Berlin can now come down.
Liverpool, he's got a guess to get back. His biggest problem is that he's now short of fleets in the north.
He is, but if Turkey spends all their energy defending Liverpool, he's got time to take something elsewhere, build another fleet. Okay, he can only build 1 more unit before it is a solo, but...
And those armies in the center are going to be useful very quickly. He can bring... Yeah. Anyway.
It's a tough position to be in. If you
There's also a thing, like, he could piff Ruhr this turn, and what a piff that would be.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're in a multi-round event. Your round has already ended. You've got multiple... This may be a situation where you're looking at multiple games at the same time. or exhaustion, if not otherwise. And it's not guaranteed. But if you do, there's no top board for this event. So really good odds of maximizing your score all the way up. So it's really, do I feel confident enough to pull a solo from this position at the risk of having no score in my next round, essentially? And perhaps upsetting all of the other players with the social dynamic of them perhaps being in that same situation. So it's not an easy choice, and it's easy for us to sit back in the comfort of our chairs watching a screen and second guess. When you're on the floor and you've been playing for all of this time, your perspectives can definitely change.
And how demotivating was it that he got outguessed in the first place? So perhaps he was less confident that he could win the guesses going forward.
But great work by Emmett Wainwright. Let's give him props.
Absolutely. What a great time. So, all right, that was fun. Let's do it again. Brandon, this one's yours. Talk to us about our players.
All right, we've got Gabe Rash, who was in the database before. Ben Kelman, very familiar player from online play and a hobby organizer. Andy Carr is new to the database, new to us. Karthik Kanath is some guy. Jason Clymer, Darius Murakowski, and G. Paul Bailey, all new to us. Interested to see how. Well, so I mean, look, we know Ben and Karthik, so it'll be interesting to see how they, how they get along or don't in the early game, and then it's a question of getting to know all these other players.
I think I may recognize the name Darius Murakowski. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a chance he may be familiar to us. But either way, he will be now. And here is our board.
All right, we got English Channel. Someone finally takes it first in 3 games, and that is Ben Kelman. All right, so this is an early sign that Ben and Karthik in England and Germany are interested in doing something together, confirmed by Munich to Burgundy, which succeeds. So Andy is friendly to 2 of his neighbors, not to the 3rd, Jason Clymer. We get the bounce in Piedmont. So Jason had a sense that something was up. Maybe Jason, Andy had a sense that something was up. Maybe Jason, they negotiated that bounce in Piedmont, something that I do as Italy sometimes. Elsewhere, we've got, I think, pretty much standard stuff. Turkey does the anti-Austrian thing that we all think sort of locks them in. But the big news right here is EG. All right, following up, we do get some follow up. EG guesses here and guesses wrong in terms of taking a center. So well done, Andy Carr is able to leave Marseille open and gets away with it. Karthik gets 2 builds here because he does get Holland, and we get the convoy from Ben to Norway. So looking like a very strong EG, looking to get off to a fast start. English Channel to Mid-Atlantic is something that you do see sometimes with a fast-moving EG. Sometimes it backfires, though, if Germany is less.
I tend not to like that, and I think in this case it's not a great outcome. Like, yes, you're in Mid-Atlantic, but France is going to build a fleet in Brest, and yeah, I'd rather have gone for Brest there.
We also have Karthik not bouncing Russia in Sweden. This is actually potentially very significant. If you want a fast-moving EG, you must bounce. Germany must bounce Sweden here. And in the south, we have another possible RT opening brewing here. So this is now 3 games in a row that Turkey has gotten that fleet out, or at least pointed it, not having to worry about cover black. All right, let's go. Builds, we get France putting in fleet Marseille, which is actually a significant surprise. And now you start to wonder, is there some funny business going on? Yeah.
Well, Italy also built Fleet Rome, so there was clear hostility between the pair of them, which is good news for Turkey, even though they had to build an army because of their inefficient start. It's interesting what Russia's doing. Like, they walk into Black Sea here. Doesn't suggest they're friendly to Turkey because there was no need for it, but they also gone to Galicia, which doesn't suggest they're friendly to Austria either. So Russia perhaps trying to attack all of their neighbors at once, which tends not to work out for them.
Yeah, given Turkey's orders, I would think that Darius is still RT here, but we'll find out for sure. So EG, if you go forward, another one.
Yeah, let's see. Yep.
Yeah, this may be an issue with those round 1 games. I should have cleared them all out. We're learning with these in-game, in-person games how this works. So we can gather here that RT stuck together for the fall is not sticking together for the spring here, as Russia is attacking Turkey with Austria's help. Italy is sending everything west here. Italy, they have an army in North Africa, if you're counting their units and wondering what's going on. But EG is still together. They're not attacking Russia here, interestingly. So they did not coordinate effectively to take Sweden in the fall. And they're not actively attacking here. But they are attacking France. And France, I think, is not going to be long for this game.
I have to say that Italy throwing everything west, because Turkey is being attacked by AR, could actually pay off really nicely for them, because there's a world where Italy can get Marseille and Spain, and can then say to the east, like, you can't attack me, because then EG will storm through into the Med. So Italy is carving themselves up a nice little gap.
Yeah, and Trieste and Venice are both empty. So here we have Italy getting both Spain and Marseille in the same year. France seemingly walking out of Spain and conceding it. That looks like deliberate to me, because it was not. There was no need to cover Portugal here. Elsewhere in the north, we have England just advancing. Germany is getting a build here. And in the east, we've got Austria and Russia just getting the Python grip around Turkey. Builds, we get an Austrian fleet. Anytime that happens, it's going to be the headline. It is here. If Italy wasn't worried about Austria, they should be now.
Maybe, but maybe that Austrian fleet is going to go be the extra one needed to dig Turkey out, because Italy's sending everything west, which is perhaps what's happening.
So maybe not worried now, but that fleet is something that you should worry about at some point. You will have to worry about at some point. So we have, so Italy is moving forward. Austria is coming around with France. They do actually get 1 dot. And also that fleet from Bulgaria gets into the Aegean Sea here. So that's significant. But, Italy advances against England. That's a headliner. Another headliner here is that Carthagineth convoys into Livonia and has Moscow guaranteed and can simply try to walk into Warsaw. So takes the supported move into Warsaw here. It's hard to imagine what's tactically advantageous there. Maybe Michalis can tell us. But Turkey loses 2 here. So Austria, Russia, both getting 1 off of Turkey, but Russia loses Sweden here. So Russia's going to be disbanding 1 here. And Italy is going to be building from France. So suddenly, if AI stick together, they're both doing quite well here.
Yeah, I have to wonder what Tuscany Holding is doing there. Like, at least it could be in Piedmont and come up to Tyrolia, so Austria could go to Bohemia if this is all anti-German. Portugal also helped Italy in spring. Like, usually I'm a big fan of killing the French when you can and taking Portugal when it's there, but when you actually had a friendly France that was helping you against England and a reason to keep helping you, maybe you didn't need to do that. I think you've got the 3rd fleet there, so you're still 3-on-3 against England, though. So, yeah.
It looked like France wanted to be out of here. So Germany is the big news here at 9, building 2. Kind of seems like they have everything going for them. If England stays on side with them, then I don't see a reason why Germany wouldn't top this board.
Do you feel like it's a situation where Germany could get so far ahead, the rest of the board will need to respond to try and balance things out?
I'll let
They should be right now. I think Vienna is going to be an army and it's coming up to deal with Germany.
Or not.
Or we could go and kill Russia and let Turkey into Ionian Sea and do all sorts of interesting things.
So Austria is now in the Black Sea in the spring of 1905. That is not something you see every day. And
the 2 Austrian fleets are friendly to Italy, but the Turkish fleet in Ionian probably isn't.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this, but Italy should have built in Naples here and covered Ionian. Now they have a guess. Well, they don't have a guess, but unless they want to use West for something else. But kind of honestly, Germany moving forward here is the big news. Russia is in Denmark, but surely not going to stay there. And yeah, this is the Germany show, the Karthik Kanath show right now.
I guess Piedmont can come up to Tyrolia, so they can at least contain on that front, but it's going to be down to Ben Kelman on whether he's happy with just letting Karthik top or whether he's going to stab, because Karthik's not going to have the units to secure the east and cover the lowlands, so that is sort of the one quandary for him.
Yep, this is a diplomatic lead right now.
And difficult choice for Italy right now. Jason's going to have to choose between protecting Naples and Tunis and Mid-Atlantic if England is still pushing at Mid-Atlantic. Oh, or that.
Turkey, perhaps Italy just went to Turkey and said, hey, I'm the only one in the east who didn't attack you. Why are you going to punish me for the AR? And maybe this was a diplomatic win on Italy's part, because I can't read any other reason why Turkey wouldn't go for Tunis and Naples and Italy wouldn't cover either of them.
It could be that Paul's ready to go participate in that silent auction, play some of those jigsaw. Just ready to move on.
Boy, Austria got everything right that turn, didn't they?
Yeah.
Only exception is that they managed not to open up Budapest for a build, so they're going to have one in pocket. But Ben supported Karthik into St. Petersburg here, when I think if it was an alliance that was concerned with equitability here, it would have been the other way around. So I think Ben has wants to make clear that he's supporting Karthik for the board top here. And indeed,
what it was. Oh, all right. Well, we've got a 11 center win, or top is Germany by Karthik Konath, and 10 center Austria following close behind. Another fun game, different kind of setup, different kind of meta than we've been seeing recently. So these games continue to entertain. Let's go ahead and move to the final game of this round. Here we go. And Michaelis, I'll have you call this one.
All right, so in Austria we have Keith Worstel, who is better known as Superstition from the Nexus server. Played some games with him, not a diplomacy game, but other games with him at DixieCon. Pretty well known online. England, Caleb Vaughan, not aware of them before, another local by the looks of it. France, some guy called Ed Sullivan. Been a long time since I've seen him play, so he's probably covered in dust. We'll see whether he can actually brush that off here. Germany, we have Derek Bassett in Colorado. Italy, Brian Rhodes, Colorado. Russia, Darren Boulding, Colorado. So presumably all locals. And Turkey's Chris Nicholson, perhaps not. Perhaps they're not a local, but just somebody else we're not familiar with.
He is a local. I just didn't get a chance to put the location in.
All right, so that's Brandon's fault. Okay.
All right. Any storylines based off of these players that you're looking for?
Well, Ed Sullivan's playing France, and he played France in the DBNI in both games, and was the only person not to do the France meta in the DBNI, and didn't get into the final as a result. So we'll see what he does this time. All right. Again, we have Italy opening to Tyrrhenian Sea, so I'm going to go ahead and say this is a local meta thing where Italy opens to Tyrrhenian Sea pretty often, because 3 times out of 4 is more times than you'll see it in a season quite often in VDL. England, again, opens to Edinburgh, something else that is probably a local meta. Other than that, it's all pretty standard. Nothing much to say on the other moves. Oh, actually, no. Turkey has gone to Armenia with Ankara. No. That's not standard. That's just weird.
There is a
Sevcon swap.
Yeah, you've got the swap as a option from here, so that would indicate a really, really strong early commitment to a RT if that's what's going on there.
Bull supported to Rum here, and let's see. Yes, they did it. Bull supported to Rum from Ukraine, I should have said, and so this is a Sevcon swap.
Full Sevcon swap. Turkey this time puts Italy rather puts the fleet into Tunis, which is good because they're going to need to be able to react. They have gone up to Piedmont with an army, so it's sort of still a bit anti-French, but also not too anti-French. In the west, it looks like we have potential FG with Germany putting France into Belgium. So France builds 3 and Germany bounces Sweden. So if England convoy into Norway as an anti-Russian move usually, ER may need to get back on side with each other from here.
We've got Real Slim Shady and Kryptonite playing on the radio because the 2000s are back with this set of moves.
You don't love this if you're Russia. I think you're not getting a build. I think you only do this if you're confident you're getting Sweden. So maybe they were.
Well, Austria has reacted by taking Bulgaria and putting Russia into Romania. So that's a bit of an odd one, given that Turkey was able to retreat to Sev and get some walk into Moscow as a result of it. So, yeah, Russia, things haven't gone well from the start, and they're not going much better now. It's quite a good year for Austria, though, with an AIR all going on Munich, reacting to this strong FG start. England and Russia have made peace in the north, which is important. So the FG are getting some sort of pushback, and it looks like an air move on Germany, but with Austria taking Bulgaria, it's unclear who Austria is actually working with, because right now it appears to be everybody at the same time.
Similar confusion in the north with England going to Skagerrak.
Oh, I think that was so that they could set up an attack on Denmark, and that made sense. They've done that now. Italy gets Munich. It's the well worked diplomatically to be the one that gets that, given that there were 3 there. They obviously had to have acquiescence from Russia as well as Austria. Russia is supported down into Bulgaria by Turkey, so RT back together. Turns out that was perhaps some smoke and mirrors in spring, and that this was actually the plan all along. There's still a reversal of position compared to how it was at the start of the year, but with Russia in Aegean Sea, Turkey gets a fleet out. It's not so bad. It's not gone so well for Austria after what looked like a really nice spring.
I'm getting a little bit of whiplash from this. Great.
Germany, the FG's not gone well for Germany when you're pulling 3 in 1902, and I guess those are the 3 that you had to pull. But given this position, you'd have to say EF makes sense now. Like, why would you not EF unless the relations are too damaged? And we'll see whether they are. This suggests they're not, and that's an arranged bounce in English Channel, because England takes Sweden from Denmark, convoys to Norway. Yeah, I think this made sense for both England and France. Like, you should be EFing from here. Turkey gets Sev back into Rum. Russia pulls down into Ukraine, but Austria's up in Silesia and Galicia, so it's still not good for Russia. Like, this Sevcon swap hasn't gone well for them, and it's still not going well for them. Italy perhaps choosing a prescient time to make peace with France, going, I'm not going anywhere there. Probably knowing that England isn't on board to attack further. But this is all good news for Ed Sullivan. If you've got a friendly Italy now and a friendly England and no Germany, yeah, this is sort of it's all opening up for Ed Sullivan.
So, Brandon, what do you do if you're Ed Sullivan in this position? Do you make a commitment against either neighbor? Do you wait and see?
So a lot of that is going to depend on the relationship building, how that has gone. So which you feel like you can count on more, which you feel like will trust you more. Just in terms of the tactics, I mean, if you can get England to help you into some of those German centers, that I think is going to be the stronger way going forward, which will put you in conflict with Italy more, sooner than England. But I would be focusing on trying to get Kiel here. Actually, I'm just seeing if both of them would help me.
So I made the joke before the game that Ed didn't do the France meta at DBNI, and that was the reason why he was the only France not to make the top board. If you're doing the DBNI meta with France here, you charge against England, and given that Italy's probably got problems in the south, those fleets are unlikely to come back at you if you don't give them a reason to. I think there's a world where you can get Kiel with Italian support if you're savvy enough diplomatically and stab England. So that's probably what I'd actually be looking to do.
Yeah, the only problem with that scenario was just that England was getting a build here from Sweden. So the question would be, do you get bogged down against England?
Yeah, I think the response to that is, will you get a better opportunity now that England's locked Scandinavia down and got St. Petersburg with the army? I don't think there's going to be another time in the game where you're going to get a better stab on England. So do you think that actually you can beat them in a race by charging into the med? Maybe the answer is yes, maybe not. Bad year for Italy, though, with also losing Munich to the Austrians, which is a somewhat surprising move.
Well, that was with support from the French. So Ed is clearly committed here, but with England getting 2 builds, he's clearly hedging his bets, dropping a fleet in Brest, which he had to do because Marseille was covered.
Yeah. Well, Austria, having taken Munich from the Italians, is not pushing up with a further attack on them. Again, the East continues to bewilder. Bulgaria gets supported into Rum one way and Austria supports the other way. So that's one hell of a beleaguered garrison there with 3-on-3 and an extra unit in Budapest not blocking Galicia either. Austria was worried enough that they had to defend Trieste, but Italy isn't annoyed at them. Austria is actually supporting Ed Sullivan forwards into Berlin now. So I thought you could get a diplomatic win with Italy, but you can get an even better diplomatic win if it's with an Austria that can't hold Munich when you decide you want to take it. England, that's obviously some sort of mess up on orders there, either a backstabber error or they really made this mistake where Helgoland tried to get to Baltic Sea instead of Denmark going there and shuffling the fleets over. Probably not that costly, given that if you're working with France, and France is already in Berlin, you wouldn't get it anyway. But this is an EF that's still heavily favouring France.
It keeps the fleets in position to work against France when you need it to.
Yeah. All right, so you get to convoy to Kiel, probably by negotiation. I think that makes sense. Like, England had to rebalance it. It was too good for France right now. An EF where Holland, Kiel, and Berlin are all French is not really a very evenly spread EF. France is getting Berlin. France puts that Austrian army that couldn't defend Munich is actually going forward to attack Warsaw, which I don't hate, because knowing that Munich is French whenever they want it, you want to actually go and get something with it instead of just leaving it there by itself. And maybe this will finally solve the battle of this sort of RT versus A war that we've got to give credit to Keith for single-handedly beating this RT year after year after year. Like they did a Sevcon swap in spring or fall of 01 and are still in fewer centres than they were at the end of that year, while Austria is also in Venice. So yeah, this is sort of a EAF at the moment. And again, while you've got 3 people on the alliance, you don't necessarily have that worry about anyone soloing.
Well, and they're all at 8 now, and so the question is, who's going to go for this 5-point bonus?
Fleet Ankara. That's a build. England puts Germany into Moscow because they want to attack Turkey, and Austria gets to backfill Warsaw. So yeah, this is all looking EAF still. Ed Sullivan's in Tyrrhenian Sea, pushing the fleets forward. Turkey is trying to help Austria take Rome rather than defend Italy. So Turkey looks like they're trying to make peace with Austria, and they take Bulgaria with Austrian support, but at the same time Austria's going to Aegean Sea, so I don't think that's being reciprocated.
Very strange. This game has been kind of confusing in the East pretty much from the beginning. It's hard not to like Ed Sullivan's position here, though. I don't know how you feel.
I mean, it's been hard not to like Ed Sullivan's position at pretty much any point in this game, and I think it's still... Yeah, he's given up Berlin by agreement, but he's getting Munich, and he's now, given that A and T are fighting and Italy is dying, Ed Sullivan's going to have all the Italian dots, I think, by the end of this game. Perhaps not Venice, but the other 2 at least, plus Tunis.
Pulling Gascony back was an interesting, not quite trusting that North wouldn't go to English Channel.
Yeah, I think if you're friendly with Austria, you didn't need to have it in Piedmont scaring them over Venice, so why not have a little bit of a defensive reserve?
Yep.
So here, why does England not take Moscow? What's Warsaw entered? Support of Livonia? Oh, I meant to support you, but I supported the wrong unit. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah, fair enough. Austria convoys into Smyrna, which is delicious. So Turkey was still desperate for that peace treaty with Austria, and Austria has decided they don't want it in the slightest. They're still on board with France since they've put them into Rome. France also gets Tunis. There's a moment of sort of truth. Like, if this game is not going to have a stab, then the game's going to end very soon. But if not, Ed Sullivan's now going to choose, do I stab England? Do I stab Austria?
I don't know if he needs to. I mean, he's the kind of player who would play for a bit of board top in round one, not a solo.
Yeah, I agree.
But also I think like Austria and England are now fighting for the same centres, so they're going to fight each other, which means Eds will have to pick a side.
My guess is this game is going to end before that. That's what I would say.
I think so too.
But we got West coming back to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah. It could still be, oh, I was doing that in case you came on me, and I'm going to, like, if the game is going to end before then, it would end at the end of this year. So we'll see whether he goes up to Irish or not. But England doesn't have the ability to convoy back to the island, which could be a bit of a deal breaker. I guess they get in Moscow, but...
Well, look, if Ed takes a swing at Kiel here, go to Kiel and Berlin, and goes to Irish, if he can keep England from getting a build, then all bets are off here. Right.
Yeah, England's got to guess whether to defend Kiel or Berlin. You're right. So yeah, maybe.
Oh, he doesn't support himself in. Oh,
that's all agreed, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
that's the game is ending at the end of this year, I think.
Let's play it out. So if he takes, yeah. So assume it's going to play. Assume it's going to end here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does it end? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So if Ed had taken Kiel and gone to Liverpool, that's kind of the question. He's at 12 and he's got pretty great position in lots of places. I don't know.
I guess it's would Austria have worked with England, because if Austria works with England, there's enough armies that can come and threaten you in Munich. And potentially Austria could do something around Italy as well. Depends how pissed Turkey was. If Turkey was on board playing to survive, they probably helped Austria as well. So I think it was just a bit short of fleets to push for. Maybe he gets 2 or 3 more centres, but risks the board top in the process. So
fair enough.
I think this is a fair place to call it for all of them.
Well, that wraps up our coverage of round 1. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the standings with the caveat this is a new scoring system, and there may be some nuances that we don't catch. So all of these would be unofficial standings. We'll make sure that any of the final standings are released by the tournament organizers. But according to our calculations, this puts Emmett Wainwright in first place with a score of 30, Matt Krill in second at 28, Ed Sullivan 3, and Karthik 3. So a tiebreaker would come into there, and I'm too lazy to do that math, but I think it has something to do with the number of turns and things like that. So yeah, that's a really exciting round 1. Let's move on now to our next round.
I think we've got to say that Emmett Wainwright went for the solo and Matt Krill didn't, and Emmett only got 2 more points out of it than Matt did, which shows you how little value you get just from taking dots if you can't bank it as a solo at the end.
Yeah, but how big would that have been if the solo had actually happened? That would have been huge. All right, so round 2, game 1, Yamato. Brandon, why don't you call these out?
All right, this is a board of mostly people that we only just got to know in the previous game, previous round. So Troy Bettinger, Alicia Carden, Rob Ancona, Brian Rhodes, Gabe Rash. These are all Colorado locals, and we're starting to get a sense of the meta now in the local hobby, which is it feels a little bit like a foreign language. We've got Italy likes to go west, Russia and Turkey cooperation. But also some fairly, shall I call it, weaselly play. There are not like long-term hardcore alliances forming between these players. They tend to turn on each other for one reason or another. So that's interesting and it's awesome. And it creates opportunities, I think, for the more established players. We saw all 4 of those players who topped in first round are players that we knew before. 3 of them who have made noises. And so in this game, we've got Keith Worstel, who's Superstition, and Cameron Higby, who has played in several face-to-face tournaments now. All right, let's dive in here. And we get English Channel DMZ'd again. We get now this time in over in Russia and Turkey, we have Turkey going to Con right away. So previous games, we've tended to see Turkey bounce in black first and then go to Constantinople. We see that happening right away. Galicia was DMZ'd from one side, not the other. So Russia gets in. So a nice little hot start for Russia. That's it. Wow. So we have Italy being convoyed into Greece. This is highly unusual, and there are reasons we don't see that typically, which we will get to. Troy, I think, is showing himself to be a more of a beginner player here than an intermediate player. Using Budapest to support Serbia was not necessary because there were not two armies against it. There was perhaps a guess here between Budapest covering Vienna or staying put. If that was a guess, it was one that Troy lost. So Troy, as Austria, is going to be disbanding a unit here in 1901, which is never good. But
no, he's on free. Get Serbia, loses Vienna.
Thank you. So he's not disbanding, but he's not building, and it'll be highly dependent on other people. On the other hand, there's a fleet in Romania, and he has a potential ally here in Cameron. Interesting to see what Cameron builds here. If it's an Army Venice, then I think you sweat if you're Troy. Elsewhere, you have a comment on that?
I was just going to say that this is good for an RT where Russia gets into Vienna in 01. That's incredible for an RT, but how much do you wish that you'd switch those units around in Rum and that was an army there right now?
Yep, 100%. Still time to do it, but we'll see. Okay, so Italy's getting 2 builds anyway. In the West, England gets into Belgium, and France gets into Ruhr. So this is very strong signs of an EF here, a Leviathan. And Germany does not bounce Sweden, so maybe looking for Russia to be an ally against this Leviathan.
There's some really forward or atypical forward progress in fall of 1901. Should make for some interesting dynamics here.
All right, builds. Not surprising at all in terms of EF. We have Russia building a southern fleet. I think if you're Germany, you probably would have rather have seen a northern fleet there.
You think?
Otherwise, 2 armies in the south. Germany builds 2 armies is, I think, basically saying to the EF, NFW, and certainly to France.
Probably also a diplomatic play with Russia and like, hey, I can't threaten Sweden, come and do something against England, which might have worked if St. Petersburg was anything other than a South Coast fleet.
Yep. All right. Tactically, we have Germany not doing much of anything here. Loses Holland, which was which was guaranteed actually with this position. Moving Berlin to Prussia.
I look at that and assume that there was probably some supports that everyone realized didn't matter and the sandboxer didn't put in. Rather than that he only entered 1 unit.
I see. Yeah, fair enough. If this was an FU Russia, I think Munich would go to Silesia as well. But in any case, we have Turkey now turning back and moving against Russia here. Russia with a tactically invalid attempt to switch Sevastopol and Romania. And Austria working with Italy here to kick Russia out. So this is really not a great turn for Russia. Very nice setup here for a possible AIT cooperation, which may or may not concern Keith Worstel. We'll see. For his part, he has now made apparently anti-English moves to go along with his pro-English moves. Portugal to mid-Atlantic could easily be turned east, I know, but could also be turned west.
I mean, that's the sort of position of France who doesn't want to commit yet, where you're in mid-Atlantic and Spain and you can say England, hey, I'm waiting to move in on Italy, and Italy and say, hey, I'm waiting to move in on England, and you can stay there and not have to make your mind up yet. I wouldn't think it was that anti-English, given that he's cut Kiel to make sure England gets Holland. So,
yeah, that's
I got some back channel info on some of our players. So our German Rob is these are his first games ever.
Okay.
So really appreciate seeing him. Troy is a longtime Armada player and participated in the 2001 regatta. Then we've got Gabe, and Gabe has been active in Armada for about 3 years. So another frequent local. Brian has been coming to Armada games since February, so still pretty new. And Alicia was also introed in February and has become a regular player.
All right. And Alicia, if you're watching this, next time move Edinburgh to Norwegian Sea.
Not if you've got a friendly Russia.
Not if you've got a friendly Russia.
Yeah, if Russia's going to put you into Denmark, and to be fair, given that Russia built South Coast in 01, that's not an unreasonable thing to think was in the build-up from the start. So,
Alicia, watching this, ignore Brandon Fogle.
Always ignore Brandon.
Fair enough. All right, so overall view here is that England, France still doing well, working with Russia, also getting help from Italy here. France is getting help into Munich. So France is putting up 2 here. England is also this is actually quite remarkable. We have a Leviathan that is in great position and advancing and doing so with help from the other side of the board. I understand it in the case of Russia. I can't say I understand it in the case of Italy.
Also, Austria, having built none in 01, does get to build in 02, except they've got nowhere to put it. And yeah, Italy, this is a really strange position. So it looks like they were setting up to attack Austria, but I guess you can IT from here. I love an IT, but not if Turkey's building a fleet in Con.
So I'm sorry, go back to the builds here for a second, because this is quite fascinating. We've got 2 army builds from France. So that's
I still don't want to commit.
Yeah, that is saying I don't want to make anyone mad of the people who are working with me. Alicia puts down a fleet, which I think is smart. She does need to worry about France. Anyway, that's it.
I have to say that if you're doing that, I don't want to commit yet. I'd rather wave one of those for France. Like, I don't see a need for 5 armies on this board.
Yeah, and if you're England, you don't really want to see armies in Ruhr and Picardy here. There's just not much need for them unless they're coming after you. On the other hand, Mid-Atlantic didn't move, so we'll see what happens.
They're just tired of all of the naval theming at this event and trying to balance it out.
On the other side, we've got Italy committing now fully against Austria, working with Turkey, and potentially going up 2 here, but did not lead with Tyrolia, led with Venice. So now we'll have to worry about covering Venice here.
Yeah, and like, if this is an IT, why did Turkey feel the need to build fleet con? And yeah, it's a little bit inefficient. And also, if it's an IT, why was Italy putting France into Munich? Because your next target after Austria should be France. So it's all a little bit puzzling.
It's I would read it as conservative play that's perhaps focused on shorter term perspective, which is something that I think most players start with when they're newer in their games. It takes a few reps before you start to see the butterfly effect of this game and how those decisions will play out and carry on in future years. But if you look at it as like one season at a time, some of these moves make a little more sense to me.
Yeah, it's a nice point. Let's also credit Keith Worstel, who is a very accomplished player and diplomat. And so this just may be a case of him seeing further than the players around him. But there are moves that happen here, and those include Keith holding on to Berlin and apparently exchanging Belgium and Kiel with Belgium for Kiel, I should say, with his English ally. In the east, we say we bid Auf Wiedersehen to the Austrian, who loses all 4 remaining centers in one turn, thanks to cooperation between Italy, Turkey, and Russia now, who may be turning against the West here.
Maybe. Or maybe this is just an IT where, hey, we'll put Russia in there this turn and then kick them out next turn. Turkey's probably going to have to go somewhere, and I expect it to still be into Russia.
Now the question for me is kind of, what does Keith Worstel do? Might have waited a bit too long to commit against either of his allies, but maybe not.
I mean, he's now got 6 armies, and again, I'm questioning where any of them are going to be going. Like, yes, there is an attack on Russia, but no.
Keith is a very good player, and I'm sure there's a plan, but I'm a little nervous if I'm France and only have 2 fleets. It's going to be hard. I'm going to be on my back foot for sure. At least
if you don't attack England this year, and England gets St. Petersburg, and probably gets Baltic Sea, and England's going to have a really, really solid position. So maybe you're going to have to attack England to prevent that. But again, you're doing it with 2 fleets. Although you have got a guarantee on Liverpool, most likely, unless something's being convoyed back right now.
Yeah, and you can take swings at Holland and Kiel here. If you catch them by surprise, you could get all 3 of those. You'd have to abandon the south, but maybe diplomatically you can keep Italy from sending all of those fleets against you. And it turns out you can.
Yeah.
So Keith does do the proposed stab, is able to get Holland, I should say, because North Sea does not support it, but is going to have a guaranteed convoy into Liverpool. And perhaps equally as importantly, not only keeps the Italian from sending fleets west, gets him to send fleets towards towards Turkey, but gets the Italian to support him into Vienna. That is, we'll see we'll see if he keeps Vienna here, because it may be that Cameron is rope-a-doping him here in order to take Vienna for himself. But boy, if he can keep Vienna and hold on to at least 2 of those in the north, that's a nice position.
Yeah, I don't understand why Italy would do that.
Well, because he wants to attack Turkey and is getting support into Budapest. So things almost work out perfectly for France here. He does get that guaranteed convoy into Liverpool written correctly, and he does get Kiel off of England, loses Berlin to a pesky Russian, and let's see, England's only going to be pulling 2 here because they hold on to St. Petersburg, and they had 1 PIF, so they're actually only going to be pulling 1 more unit, but they did not move any of their other units back towards the island. So,
Brian, are these drop-dead orders? Do you know?
I know that there is a central clock. However, I believe that was an optional clock. So I don't know if that meant if players agreed that they had to, if they were using the central clock, it became drop dead, or if there was some flexibility. Maybe somebody who was at the event could help clarify that for us.
Because that's just a full NMR by England, which is surprising.
Not great. All right, but Keith Worstel now in position to take a run at a huge board top. Solo should not happen from here, but you never know.
I mean, shouldn't it with Vienna though? Because he's already got 18 if he keeps 1 in the east from Vienna.
Yeah, but presumably Italy should continue succeeding and be able to kick him out. But
maybe
I should and I mean, look, if Turkey will will move against Russia here, then Italy is going to have an easier time of it.
Yeah, I mean, Sevastopol was useless either way, so I think even if Turkey and Russia are sort of friendly, Russia might have said, all right, take it, you need the unit to defend against Italy. But yeah, I think this is still, France has got to be looking at a solo. If a game can go till 1918 and it's 1905 and you're in Galicia, you're on 11 centres and you're probably going to win your war against England.
Yeah, I think, but he loses Munich here. So that is actually gets Warsaw, but he's still going down. He's still going down a unit. He's gonna have to pull something here. This actually is not great. I think if you're Keith and you're making a solo push here, you want to be able to advance better positionally than you have here. So Irish Sea, for example, you don't want to be there. You'd rather be in North Atlantic, maybe Wales as well as English Channel here. In the east, we have Cameron Higby picking up three now. Vienna, Bulgaria, and Smyrna. So suddenly the pendulum swings, I think, towards Italy here. And Italy has now the potential. I think Italy's going to take the lead here, correct? Yep, 11-10.
Italy is in the lead. I don't see an Italian solo in the way. I can still see a path to a French one, whereas an Italian one, like, you've got 4 Turkish dots that you can take relatively easily. Warsaw, Moscow, if you're quite fortunate. If you get the jump on France somehow, sure, but I can still see a path to 18 for Kiefer, whereas I don't yet see one for Cameron.
Well, a jump that comes when you're building 3 and France is disbanding and there's no fleets in Iberia.
I like Italy's position here.
I kind of like Italy's position more from top.
Oh, no. Come on, man. This is too conservative.
I think if you're going to get the solo, you can't spook France into turning back, because your path to 18 has to include, like, Iberia. So, sure, you can put more armies down. You're going to need those armies eventually, like, to force Warsaw, Moscow region.
That's fair, but France has good enough position in the north that they're going to get the upper hand. If they do it this year and get builds, then I think you're done. At least in terms of a solo. I love Italy for a board top here. I don't think a wave was needed here.
I don't hate it. I hate putting it in Tunis, though.
Yeah.
I thought that army was going to be convoyed over to Constantinople. Yeah, I really don't like putting an army in Tunis.
There is no good argument for this at all.
Yeah.
So what happens elsewhere? We have Turkey getting into Moscow. So I think Turkey is probably just playing for survival at this point, trying to get that 10-point bonus.
Yep.
Now France is getting Munich, picking up Edinburgh as well.
Because Moscow falls, Russia retreats to another English dot in St. Petersburg, so England's probably going to be pulling 4 at the end of this year.
And now the pendulum,
pendulum
swings back to France. Now I think French solo is in play, because now he's got armies in the middle of the board. Question is, can he get a unit over to support Warsaw before it can get taken?
Italy's done the right thing in finally convoying that army east. Should have been done there in the first place and sort of wasted a turn. But Italy is still, they're +2 this year. They've probably got Sev on a lock. So they're going to be at 15 minimum. And I think Italy will get Warsaw, Moscow before France can get enough armies over there. So, I mean, there's a natural 17-17 on here.
Yeah, I take that back. I'm sorry. Italy's picking up 3 here, yeah? So the pendulum really
Con as well. Yeah.
Yeah, pendulum's not swung back here. I'm sorry.
Is there a refill?
No, he hasn't. He waived one.
He waived one last year.
Right. That's right.
Wow. But again, this is why I think you build 2 fleets and send them west last year.
I don't know. Like, looking at this and thinking that you've got a 17 in pocket as your worst result, and maybe you can get 18 if you can trick France somehow. Why poke the bear?
But now you do. I don't know, because you have to.
Now you need to be building fleets.
Yeah.
Or not.
Just one.
If your path to 18 still involves tricking France, so. And now, given that Turkey is essentially gone, all of those Italian fleets, apart from the one in Con, can come west if they have to.
He might need 2. Well, no, he can get away with 1. 2 armies and a fleet over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. But going to Adriatic is not.
No, that's not necessary. Nothing in Ionian Sea.
Yeah, no. This is he's got to get up and get Warsaw before.
The 18th could be St. Petersburg if you get there fast enough.
For France.
Yeah, because France has guessed completely wrong against England here, and if that happens 1 or 2 more times, there's a world Italy could get up there more quickly.
I don't know. I think France is going to either get North and/or Denmark here, and let's keep on going here.
If you're France, do you start asking for a draw now?
No, France has a legit solo chance here. Yeah, 100%.
Really?
Oh yeah. The key is to get armies over to hold on to Warsaw.
Yeah, but I don't think that's possible anymore. Now that Italy's in Galicia, Sevastopol's fallen, Ukraine will fall next turn. I think it's too late for France to be able to hold Warsaw. Like, but they're not holding it long enough for them to get St. Petersburg, because they're still no closer to St. Petersburg.
St. Petersburg can come later, but the bigger problem here is that Italy has now finally moved fleets in the westerly direction and could be all over France's south before they have enough time to get stuff down there to. But
50-15, they could just draw right now.
Let's see the builds. All right, so France is at least signaling that they're going to defend the south.
They're the right builds for both, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, I like both of these sets of builds. All right, so I should have
Killed it.
you did, McCallus. Wow. All right, so Brandon, this is your game to cover. Talk us through it. Right result. What's the story of this game?
We've seen that 25 is a decent result. I would say this is a better first round result than a second round result. This is it's an opportunity missed, I think, for both of them, but it's decent. The question is, do you think you could have done better? It's hard for me to look at especially France's position and say that it wasn't worth taking a chance. Yeah.
I'm more inclined the other way, actually. I think this game, if they played it out, would have been a 17-17, because I think Warsaw, Moscow go Italian and France gets the rest. But I think there's more risk that Italy makes some correct moves somewhere around Munich, around St. Petersburg, England or Russia throw them a solo. Like, I think that there's a possibility to throw Italy a solo in a way that there isn't necessarily a way to throw France a solo. And given how big survival bonus points are, there's big motivation for England and Russia to threaten to throw a solo. So I think actually this is the maximum result France could have got. Yes, they could have got 2 more points from centres, but there was huge risk involved. Italy, knowing how big those survival bonuses are and that if it goes to 17-17, England and Russia will get nothing. Perhaps I don't take the draw as Italy, but I think I definitely take the draw as France, and I count my lucky stars at that.
Does the 5 center top that you're passing by not having a lone top play into your decision making at all?
Not really. I think this is solo or 2-way draw. I don't think that there's any other result. Like, there's no reason for one of them to accept a 16-15 or something like that. So you either solo or you don't.
See, that's where I might have pushed it. If I could get the opponent into a position where they felt like I had a much better solo opportunity than they did at 16-15, I was the 16. That's kind of what I would be aiming to do here. There's so much. A lot of this has to do with exactly what it was like to play with these two players. You know, Italy, I think, passed up some clear tactical opportunities at times. So if I were France, I might be looking at that and thinking I might have an edge.
I would say for me, the strength of Keith's game was diplomatically, especially signaling through those builds. And I think that was the reason why we saw such lack of hostility between those two powers. I think the players will be able to go back and watch whether or not they think that was the right choice at the end, but it definitely gave us a delicious amount of tension as those points rose and the pressure built. So very entertaining game. Brandon, we're going to give you a break.
Thanks.
And McCallus, I'm going to have you go ahead and do our play-by-play for the next game, and I will do my best to fill in with some analysis. So first up, let's take a look at our players, and go ahead and have you read those out.
So in Austria, we have Piers Thompson, and in France, we have Chris Lavalette, who are both, by the looks of it, playing their first games at the tournament, which is interesting. They're probably not here from a tournament perspective so much as hey, I'm just going to turn up and play a game and see how it goes. So they might have different motivations compared to other people on the board. Germany, Russia, Turkey, Darren, Chris, Dawson have all had not great results in their first game, so given they're still here, they're probably still looking from a tournament perspective. If I can have a massive score, I can still do something. Maybe not anything other than that. Jason had a decent score, and obviously Matt Krill, second place overall, playing Italy this time, and my pick before the tournament started, so I'm going to be full go Matt Krill here.
All right. Well, Chris. Chris Lavalette is a longtime Armada player, and we've got Chris Hiles learned the game about a year ago, and is a pretty regular player within the club. And Dawson has been playing for about a month. So we got some really exciting to see some fresh players in the hobby, and let's see what these games end up like.
So, Spring 1901. Again, we've got this very apparent RT cooperation that's been a running theme of almost every game tonight. Turkey pulls straight into Con. Russia bounces Romania in Spring 01. Don't see that very often, but it's actually worked out really nicely for RT because they can still put the army in there, and they're in Galicia. So, tough opening turn from Austria. Macro has moved to Trieste, which in the Armada meta we've seen so far, you'd think would be an attack, given it's not been at all common to see Trieste swaps. But we know it's Matt, and he could be using and convincing people to do different meta. This could well be a key Lepanto as well, or even be forced into being one because of how RT opened. The West is all pretty standard.
Yeah, and I don't know if you called it out or not, but Russia being in Galicia is always significant.
Yep. And it is a key Lepanto with Italy going to Serbia, and they're also getting Greece, so this is just this is Austria willingly not building. For the second game in a row, we see a no-build Austria in 01. This time they haven't lost a home centre in the process, but yeah, Albania is a little bit superfluous and not ideal for them. Russia gets Sweden. They are allowed to take that. Germany gets Belgium with French support. So it's actually first time tonight we've seen a free build Germany in 1901. Nice for Darren. Let's see what he can do with this position. Builds waves. Okay. Can't remember the last time I saw a German wave in 1901, so that's fun and fresh. Not sure I'd advise it though, but it's given that he didn't bounce Sweden, it's the move that suggests I'm pro-Russian, but not necessarily pro-French, because you want that fleet to be pushing up to attack England. So
yeah, this is the second game this tournament so far. We've seen double army build from Germany. I think everyone knows that I am not a fan of that decision, especially if you've got three builds. Two armies I'm fine with as long as it's combined with a fleet. So
yeah.
not by themselves. And then one other thing I did not point out and forgot I was going to mention, the classic way to go against the key Lepanto is Bulgaria to Serbia, but in this case I don't know if that would have made a difference either way.
Could have done if RT had cooperated so Gal tapped Budapest, so there was definitely room to do that, and they didn't.
Yep. All right, so we've got double armies from Matt, or double fleets from Matt Krill. Do you think this is a jumping on to the Armada meta and moving west, or do you think this is going to just move on to the east?
I think it's going east. Like, there was pretty apparent RT cooperation, and you had an Austria that supported you to both Serbia and Greece, so I think the fleets made sense. So, so Germany did build free, so that was obviously some sort of interface error. That makes a lot more sense. Yes, I take back my confusion. All right, fair play. That's the correct builds everywhere then. Yep, does move into Helgoland. Does look like this is a solid FG still. France gets straight up into the English Channel, gets into Mao. England moves to Skagerrak, which is, it gives them 2 on Denmark and also gives them 2 on Sweden if for some reason they want to attack Russia. Perhaps Russia can put them into Denmark. Like, what Russia does with that fleet in Sweden is going to be critical for the next turn. It's almost a king-making perspective there. Russia also gets into Budapest, so a good turn for Russia overall. They get into Black Sea probably at the invitation of Turkey, but nice for them either way, and Italy will take the war down into Tunis and will be at 6 in 1902, having not upset any of their neighbours, presumably. No, my mistake, they'll be at 7 because they get Bulgaria. Very nice turn for Mackerel here. They get into Bull, they get into Eastern Med, Russia and Turkey. Black Sea was presumably not an invitation because there's squabbling there. So actually, maybe this is going to turn into a wintergreen. This very, very nice position for a wintergreen with Russia keeping Budapest. Italy hasn't upset Austria yet, but is going to be building in Venice. Their one problem is that FG have already come south with Piedmont and Tyrolia. So Venice is actually at some risk, although the fact Italy's got 2 builds means that they can build in Rome to defend it. In the north, that key Russian fleet in Sweden that was the kingmate actually decides to not support either, which I think is potentially an error, because if you're doing a wintergreen, you probably actually want to help England here.
Matt Krill knows a little bit about playing this game of diplomacy. Has not upset Austria at all and is still the one getting all of the benefits in the East. I mean, Chris is doing pretty well as well to be this far advanced in 1902. So yeah, I think a wintergreen would be a really, really strong pitch here.
You've also got to say there's a big diplomatic win by Chris Lavalette to get Belgium. Like, Germany supported him there. It wasn't a stab, but just, hey, I need Belgium and you don't it's a big diplomatic win, and it gets him the ability to build a fleet in Marseille for the attack on Italy. So that's how he's obviously put the sweetener in there.
Yeah, and that's essential. Just to, even if it does nothing, it at least slows Matt down a little bit from rolling another board.
Yep. So it does turn into a wintergreen with Russia supporting Italy into Constantinople. Another good turn for Matt Krill as a result. Does defend Venice. He hasn't upset Austria yet, so maybe he's going to take Trieste later, maybe not. If he can do a wintergreen without annoying Austria into supporting Germany into Venice, brilliant. The north is all pretty static. Russia's still not wanting to pick a side. They've built in St. Petersburg to stop England going there, so there's obviously not trust with England, but they also recognise they don't want to help Germany grow. A little bit confusing why there's just not that ER cooperation on either way, but France is at least now in position to take Liverpool as well. Here Russia does take Norway, but in the process loses Sweden, so they were right to be afraid, but yeah, the air cooperation isn't there, and that's just brilliant for FG, because Germany gets to walk straight into North Sea, France gets to pull down to Mal, because England's essentially already dead, so they can pull another unit that way. But even though they're making great progress against England, it may not be fast enough, because Turkey... Matt's made all the correct guesses. He gets into Smyrna. He doesn't cover Greece because he didn't have to. Turkey's also lost Ankara, so Turkey is eliminated at the end of 1903. Don't say that very often. But that one thing that he may have had to fear of losing Venice, it has fallen. It's fallen to Austria, but Austria gets to build as a result for the first time this game.
Wow. Well done, Pierce, for not just sitting down, like going on and fighting as at one center, now 2 center power. Yeah, let's keep going.
Fleet North Coast build, absolutely correct decision. Like to see it. Other than that, it's all pretty much as you'd expect. Russia chooses now to charge in hard on Germany. That makes sense. England going to Baltic Sea is quite interesting because there's now a carrot that Russia can offer England as, hey, you want to stay alive? Take Berlin or take Kiel, I'll help you out. Interesting to see who hates who most. Russia has actually supported Germany into Norway, so I don't understand that. I think that St. Petersburg should be bouncing Norway there every day of the week. That's a little bit hard to comprehend. But other than that, it's all the wintergreen moving their armies across. Good moves by France and Austria, you have to say, to destroy that Italian army in Tuscany, though.
Yeah, the German move to Norway is puzzling for me. A, that Russia supported it, and then B, it looks like France was supporting North Sea to Eddie, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yep.
So it's doubly confusing to me why Norway over Edinburgh.
I can understand Norway in, hey, it's a wintergreen and Russia's probably about to attack me now. I've got to prioritize that. But yeah, Russia doing that with St. Petersburg after building the fleet, I cannot think of a good explanation. Like, if you were wanting to work with Germany, you aren't moving to Silesia and Prussia, so yeah.
Maybe there's some kind of coordination that we're not seeing between Russia and England. Let's see.
Well, England gets to build, I think. They're +2, -1. Yep, so the second year in a row we get an unexpected build for a country that looked like they were going downwards. Good term for England with Denmark and Holland, and the fact they can build and France has moved away is a massive problem for France. Like, other than that, the year in the south was all very static, not much changed. Germany got into Vienna, so they at least make up for Berlin. I think Germany, they're still down, but not as much as they could have been if they hadn't lost that. Russia, they're plus Sweden, plus Berlin, minus Norway, minus Vienna. They stay even, so yeah. It's just another great year for Matt Creel. His ally is trading dots without going anywhere. Matt's moving into better position, and now France has a big England problem, because I don't see a world where this isn't Fleet London and heading straight for Brest.
Yeah, France was looking like it had a ton of upside, but suddenly they look completely static, locked up, and on the defensive. It's a great power to defend from, so nothing to worry about per se, but definitely no momentum on that side. While, as you said, there is definitely opportunities for growth from Matt Krill.
Yeah, Fleet London comes down, and this is like, yes, France can defend from that fairly easily, but not like it's something you want to be doing. If you're pulling back to defend Brest, how much position do you lose to Mackerel? It's the entire south. Yes, you don't lose Spain and Marseille, there is a line to hold, but your position for growth is just gone. Ruhr is sort of the only unit on the board that can now actually take anything for France, unless they get some really good guesses around Venice or something.
Yeah, I think the one thing to watch will be whether the agreement with Russia or with England, if they're able to come up with anything there, so that's the only way I could see. Yeah, I don't. It's tough.
Nope. So England gets into Belgium as well. Yes, France is in Holland, but given that Russia's in Kiel, I wouldn't even be sure they're going to keep that. So this is, I think actually this is a really, really good turn for Russia, because they're in Norway, they're in Kiel, they've got the backfill on Berlin, which means they can threaten Munich, and they've also probably got a friendly England, like from the last year. So there's play for them on Holland as well, and Germany does get into Edinburgh, which is important to a degree. Like, well, they needed it for sure, but overall, I don't think it's particularly good news for FG. I think that this is still all going the other direction, and Italy gets to kill Austria as well. Makes all the correct guesses, takes Trieste in spring, and now takes Venice in autumn. And this is who wins out of the wintergreen, because the wintergreen has the completely dominant position here.
Oh, we draw here. Fascinating.
Wow. Okay. Well, I did not expect that. Mackerel takes second place. That's a real surprise, I think. Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe you don't think that there's a path to the top with Russia doing so well in the north now because of England growing back. France has...
Could just be that you had a great relationship with Chris and Matt, and they just didn't really. Matt's already in a pretty solid position from a tournament perspective, and Chris, this will be a really good result for him, but I don't think that's going to change the standings. So, or at least at the top. So maybe the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and Matt would rather go into the last round saying, "Hey, see, I am a great ally and friend. You can work with me.
Yeah, and I think also like Russia's position now is so good with England putting the kibosh on the sort of FG in the north. The FG are just dead.
Mhm.
Like, if this game does continue, there's potential Russian solo, and so Matt maybe doesn't want to leave that door open. Like, this is probably as close as I'll get to Russia.
Brandon, bring you back on. Did you have get a chance to see the back half of this game? Any thoughts?
I did. You guys, I think, nailed it. I love this new expression I've never heard before. The juice is not worth the squeeze. I think that's right. I think the topping bonus here is just not big enough to entice Krill to press his luck. And he's got a good result from round one, and this in combination with this, it probably sets him up well for round two. And yeah, I do think there's a legit solo possibility if he pushes it too far for Russia.
Yep.
All right. Well, McCallus, I'm going to give you a break this time, and Brandon will just do a repeat with a different cast.
All right.
And let's go ahead and bring up our next game. Round 2, Game 3, Yorktown.
All right. Looks like we've got more familiar names here on this board. We've got Ben Kelman in Austria, the famous Eddie Bresson in England, and the Colorado players, Derek Bassett, Bob Andrew, one of the Bobs. I know there's a crew of Bobs or Bobs and Robs, I should say, from Colorado. And I don't remember. I know there was a cyclone of them in the West for the first round, but I don't remember which position Bob Andrew was in. Chris Nicholson, a player new to us, Karthik Kanath, well-known shark, and Russell Weisfeld in Turkey. Let's see how it works.
Bob Andrew has been playing. He attended the very first regatta in 2000. Has been playing with the Armada ever since.
Okay.
Chris Nicholson is also a longtime Armada player. Attended all of the earlier regattas. And Russell Weisfeld is, let's see if I have got notes on Russell. He's from the Cheyenne Gaming Con, so he's started playing in February.
Okay. Well, yeah. So Bob and Derek Bob and Chris should know Eddie. They should be familiar with him and
yes.
his brand of shenanigan.
Yeah, most likely have played at one of the regattas with Eddie Bresson.
And Karthik will know him quite well. So
absolutely. So, all right, here we go. Spring of 1901.
All right, what jumps out at the eye? This is more standard than we've been used to for this tournament. Russell Weisfeld does the Colorado thing, the Armada thing, and is nice with Russia as Turkey, but Karthik does not do the Armada thing and goes to black. So we'll see if that is intended to be anti-Turkish or not. Elsewhere, we've got a lot of fairly standard stuff. The bounce in Burgundy you don't always see, but you often see at least one player going to Burgundy. So that's not hugely surprising. Noteworthy, though, is that Derek Bassett in Marseille does not support the move, which is something that a lot of players do, new and old. Oh, Venice to Tyrolia, too. We should have called that out. That's
yeah, I mean, it's not super unusual, but it's important.
A lot of people playing Italy like it because it just gives them more stuff to do, and often Italy can be a little boring in the beginning, or at least that's the perception.
I prefer to opening, although I am curious to see whether I'm liking Piedmont a little bit more. We'll see.
All right. Here we get some interesting stuff here. England, Eddie Bresson takes Belgium with a fleet, which you don't see a whole lot. Gets the convoy over. In the East, lots of relatively standard stuff. Karthik keeps his cards close to his vest here and does not do anything obviously anti-Turkish. And clearly Russell wasn't too bothered by the move to Black Sea because he does not, he actually moves the fleet out into the Aegean. We get the convoy from Chris Nicholson in Italy, so setting up potential Italo-Turco conflict here in the East in the early going. And, interesting, Bob Andrew in Germany lets Karthik have Sweden, despite Karthik being in the Black Sea. I think a lot of virtual players would have denied Sweden here just because Karthik, Russia, had a good position in the south.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty solid position for Russia from here.
For the moment. As we all know, that can be deceiving.
Very friendly.
All right, so Russia drops 2 armies. England drops 2 fleets. That's noteworthy. A lot of England's would split the difference here, but Eddie does not split differences, and he has put down Fleet London. So it'll be. I'm assuming this is friendly to France, but you never know. Elsewhere, we have France putting down Fleet Marseille. So, and combined with the 2 2 German army builds, this is a potential Western triple brewing here. And these are not especially Western Tripoli moves. England does not do a whole lot with their fleets. It looks like there's some confusion as to what Edinburgh and London might be expecting the other one to do, despite they're both written by the same person. France gets in position to maybe move against Italy, maybe not. Takes support from Italy into Munich, so there's some sort of talking with both sides of the mouth there. And kind of the main news here is that Russia and Turkey are still getting along, despite Russia being in the Black Sea. They both advance a couple units, Russia into Galicia and Turkey into Eastern Med.
Yeah, that could pay off. It's very risky for Turkey, but Turkey needs a friend, and if you've got that army in Romania, can help really move break that line way more efficiently than if the fleet was in Romania. So
yeah, and we didn't comment on this, but Chris Nicholson in Italy built an army here, not a fleet, and so that, you know, if you're Turkey, that can look like an open invitation to come into the Ionian, and Russell in Turkey has accepted that invitation. So in terms of what actually happens here, France does commit south. England does not fully commit north, plays it cautious around Norway, and advances Edinburgh, not London. So Eddie in England is still keeping fleets, you know, potentially poised against France if he wants. Germany drops armies down, seemingly with the support of Italy. So Italy does seem to think that Germany is anti-French, despite no other indications. You also have to wonder if you're Bob about getting so far out of position. That's it, though. All right, let's see if any of this strategic situation clears up. And the answer is it does, actually. We do have England moving against France, as seemingly threatening to do by leaving those fleets in place. Germany is probably in league with this, and there we go. Chris Kelly getting the. If anyone knows how to play England, it's Chris Kelly's very, very good at getting at topping with 10 centers as England. I feel like you and I, Brian, have seen that happen more times than we can count. Yeah, so it sure looks like a coordinated EG attack on France. In the east, we have Turkey and Russia still sticking together, but Russia is actually pushed back here into Ukraine while Turkey gets into Albania. So it's up one side, down the other. And if Karthik is not advancing in the RT, then you start to have to wonder how long he's going to stick with it. He is not a player who will stick with an alliance if the other person is. Oh, actually, that's not exactly true, is it? He will do it sometimes. Karthik is somebody who's perfectly capable of reconfiguring the alliance structure here to suit him. It's better.
Yeah, and it might be time to do that.
And the answer is not now. We have Turkey blowing up that fleet in Greece and gaining it for themselves. Russia does not stick the Dorito into the open mouth there and take any of those home centers from Turkey. In the west, we have EG just making progress against France. That is what's happening, and they've got nice position. Boy, that army in Piedmont is going to be very, very useful for them. Interestingly, though, Germany does not keep Belgium. I think this is a big win for Eddie, and perhaps a little bit too nice on Germany's part. But there you have it. All right, in terms of builds, nothing surprising here. All right, the Revenge of France here. Eddie has his fleet popped in Brest. This is actually a significant deal. This, I think, helps Germany more than it does France. France is still going to be going down, or maybe not going down the center. We'll leave that analysis for a second. It's not great to have your fleet popped. I think he had Mid-Atlantic guaranteed here, and I think he chose to convoy the unit over rather than take Mid-Atlantic. I think that's something he may come to regret. Elsewhere in the east, Italy is sending all of their units westward, which is great news for the Russian-Turkey alliance, not great news for Austria. And it'll be interesting to see if Chris is making a survival play here by trying to get into, say, one of the French centers or maybe into Munich. But this bears watching. All right, this is that was not what I that was not the survival play that I was expecting, but it is certainly an anti-Austrian play, and the answer is that Austria goes from 4-0 in one turn. Russia and Turkey do finally make progress together. Italy is also the beneficiary of this, but at the expense of Naples. So Turkey has now gone up 2 here. Italy is going to be building 2 because they also pick up Spain, and Russia is going to be building 1 as well. So this Eastern Alliance has now gotten to the point where something has to change here. The IRT has they've reached the transition point. We can talk about the tactical situation after this if we want to, but not 100% obvious to me who has the advantage.
Yeah, I would normally say Italy in this position, but with Turkey having Ionian and Naples, I don't think I can pick that. So.
Turkey's position is lovely here with one big exception, and that is Russian Fleet Black Sea.
Yeah,
I think
for that reason, I think Russia's got the upper hand here.
Yeah, now Russia's got more to deal with in the north. Germany's building 2 here, so the strategic position may actually be against Russia here. But as long as Turkey is okay with that fleet in the Black Sea, then Russia's got has horizons to gaze longingly towards. All right, so Russell did not take the opportunity to build 2 fleets and kick that fleet out. Instead, is moving forward, and this is likely he's likely decided that Italy is his next target, which should be music to Karthik's ears. On the other hand, Bob Andrew in Germany's put down 2 armies. This is going to be a problem for Karthik.
Sure. Yep.
All right, focus on the east here for a second. We have the Turkish units advancing, gaining better position. Turkey should Trieste and Vienna. So 2 of Trieste, Vienna, and Rome should fall here, I believe. Although Chris may decide to just take Tunis, which is obviously guaranteed. In the north, things not as bad for Russia as they could have been with Germany. Germany could have gone to Prussia and Silesia here, and that combined with Baltic. No, I think if you're Germany, you want to stay in Sweden there. In the west, we have, kind of haven't really talked about Eddie here for a while, but he's quietly regained the upper hand here, and now has regained Brest, has Paris in pocket, and is in the Mid-Atlantic. So Eddie's position has slowly been improving here, and that could be more of a factor as time goes on here. All right, in terms of motion, wow, did not expect what happened here around in the east. We talked about Karthik holding the knife, or we didn't talk about it in terms of a knife. I think I called it a Dorito at one point. Well, he's taken that Dorito and he has crunched it. Convoyed into Ankara at the expense of losing Budapest to Italy. So this is what is often known as a 0-dot stab. He does get one off of Turkey, but he doesn't get a build. And in fact, it's just these 3 in the east have just cycled centers to each other. Turkey gets one off of Italy, who gets one off of Russia, who gets one off of Turkey, and so on ad infinitum. Russia will actually be putting a unit down here, though, because their unit in Sweden was dislodged and disbanded. So that actually is somewhat significant. And honestly, there's a huge win here for Karthik not losing Warsaw as well. So Karthik may be tap dancing his way to a better result here. We'll see. But Turkey, Turkey's in a bit of doo-doo here because they are now so far committed to the West. They're going to lose both of their home centers. Why does Carthage get to put down 2? Did he have a disband in the spring as well? Oh, 2 disbands here, right? Because Budapest was disbanded. Yeah, Carthage's going to be okay.
So much stronger defensive position for Russia, but we still have the pressure from Germany. Does Eddie make a move on Germany here? Is the timing right for that?
I mean, the timing may be right, but the position is not. He does not have the units in the right places to do it. So the problem is that if Germany gets any builds, then the more builds he gets, the harder he's going to be to stab. All right. Yeah, and Eddie's got progress to make around Iberia, which he's going to do. Looking over at Carthage in the east, he still has Constantinople. This was a way to guarantee Khan and Smyrna without losing Romania. But honestly, the key in the east right now is Italy. Sort of what happens, like, does Italy join up with Carthage or Russell against the other? And at the moment, the answer is no. And as long as that stays the same, then Carthage will make slow progress here. Germany keeping those armies in place, this may be a hedging of bets to keep from getting too exposed to Eddie. His problem is that he needs to do one thing or the other. He needs to make progress or defend his territory, and holding doesn't do either.
You gotta like Eddie's position here, right? It's the biggest upside.
Yes. Especially since Germany is not pulling back. He's going to get Spain here, I believe, and no one's attacking him. It's a nice position for Eddie to be in. Unless you don't do anything with it. So Eddie could have used Western Mediterranean to take a dot, and instead he taps Tyrrhenian Sea. Hard to see what that would do. He helps Italy eliminate France, which is just strange. I'll be honest. Eddie, is the longest tenured player in the hobby, and this is Italy can't even build. So yeah, I don't see what this is. Eddie Eddie is not trying to win here, I don't think. I think if he were, he makes significantly different moves.
Well, and that result is we've got +3 for Russia. I'm assuming there's a wave.
Yeah, go back really quickly. I just want to see. So Italy sides with Russia here. So that's kind of the big news there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So those gains coming from 2 Turkish centers in the homeland and Serbia.
Yeah.
Wow. Well done, Carthage. And then we've got disbands, Western disbands from Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey's goose is cooked, as you say, if Italy's going to help. And Eddie does take St. Petersburg. Looks like he's moving into position to take Spain. So the question really becomes now just kind of how many centers does Carthage get? Because Carthage is in position to get the board top. Italy seems okay with it, and Germany and England are not gaining centers fast enough. Although England could. Take that back.
England has potential, but has not shown to this moment of the game, at least, like they've got the will to do so.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, and Germany is actually in position to take 2 here. This is becoming an interesting 3-horse race.
Venice and Vienna.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if that happens, and I'm going to be rooting for it, the amount of chaos and diplomacy that will need to take place around who's supporting or cutting whom in the Balkans is going to be fabulous.
Yeah. And the answer is, in terms of what happens, Russia takes Bulgaria, Greece, holds on to Serbia. This may have been a double cross of Italy, who may have expected to take Serbia here. That's quite a good turn for Karthik. He's going to go up to 10 here. Germany does get Vienna, but loses Venice in a bit of a shocker, to be honest. If Turkey was working with Italy, then this is the right move set. So perhaps Italy Germany sussed that out and did this move set. Meanwhile, Eddie picks up all of Iberia and goes up to 10. All right. So the question is, do the players want to win the tournament?
Yeah.
You need this 5-point bonus is needed. And Karthik, remember, had a board top, right, in round 1. So he's very much in position.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to go back to, well, it's fine. We'll just look and see where we stand right now with these scores. He's in second place. Okay, great. So, but here's the thing: is that if Eddie wants to win this game, he can. Absolutely.
The German centers are wide open.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be what I'm watching for. Is will Eddie make the move on those German centers?
And will Germany, protect himself? Germany does protect himself, and Eddie does not move. Eddie may be thinking solo or bust. That just may be his mindset now. And if you're thinking solo or bust, then you're trying to get Tunis and maybe even something else in the Med before you make a move on Germany.
That's an excellent point.
Here we have Germany now supporting Russia into Budapest. So I think Germany is playing for this game to end. Question will be, who does Germany want to top the board?
Yeah, and can they move into a more stable position without? You're exactly right. How they choose to defend will decide who tops this board for sure.
And the answer is that Eddie is going up 1, not making any apparent moves against Germany. Germany has helped Russia into position, but also lost Marseille, took Venice. So I think Germany is even, and I think England and Russia are each up 1. So they're still going to be tied.
The race continues.
Yeah. Fleet and Sevastopol. That's pretty funny. I mean, why not? There we go. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a negotiated finish, and I think it's a good result. I think it's a good result for Karthik. I think I take that draw if I'm Karthik.
Yeah, I'm gonna add McCallus back in. McCallus, welcome back.
Hello again.
Yeah, and your thoughts on this?
From a tournament perspective, I think this is good for Karthik. Like, he's already got 1 top in the bank. Now he's keeping himself in position to have a real shot. He just needs to do well in the 3rd game. For Eddie, I think I'm surprised he took the draw if he's thinking of a tournament win.
Yeah, I would say that my read on this is that Eddie's motivation was not to win this tournament. I think he's here to have a good time and see friends and help new players grow the hobby, be a good ambassador. If someone was trying to play for the win, I think there are definitely opportunities here, but it's not without risk. Any units, I feel like Germany's going to respond to whoever attacks first. So if Eddie made the first move, then there's a really good chance that Bob pulls his units to defend, and that's an equivalent of throwing centers to Russia.
Was this an evening game? Because if so, it may well have been quite late at night as well.
Yeah,
which may have played a part.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, that was our 3rd game for that round. So let's move on to our 4th. And here are our players for round 2, game 4. McCallus, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one.
Well, In Austria, we have tournament leader going into this round, Emmett Wainwright. In England, we have Clark Brace, who I believe had a solid but not spectacular round 1. In France, we see Darius Murakovsky, who had a elimination or close to elimination, I believe, in round 1. Germany, we have Ed Prem, another solid but not spectacular round 1. In Italy, we have Jameson Hand. I wonder if he's related to Manus at all. If so, welcome. Nice to see a family event. He's playing his first game of the tournament. In Russia, we have Caleb Vone, who he didn't top in round 1, but he was one of the very solid second places we saw, which is still a pretty good tournament score. So somebody else with a shot at doing well in the tournament right now. And in Turkey, we see Ed Sullivan. So 3 people who are all going into this round to be thinking, I've had a good first round and I can win this thing.
Yeah. Some back channel reports on some of these players. So Caleb, this is Caleb's first ever games this weekend. We've got Jameson, that is Manus's son, and it is essentially his first game ever. He played a partial game in the previous round. And then we've got Ed Prem, and Ed, I don't think I have notes on Ed Prem, so if anybody has any notes on that, please put that into chat. And Clark Brace is a longtime Armada player. All right, let's get to our game, and Spring 1901. Michaelis, take us away.
Well, this is potentially the most boring Spring 01 we've seen so far, in that pretty much everyone does pretty much exactly what you'd expect. France doesn't go to Burgundy, which is perhaps not that common for us, but isn't an unusual opening, especially if you play online. England's done the Edinburgh opening again. Everyone else is pretty standard. Nothing surprising from Italy or Russia or Turkey. Fall is a bit more exciting. Fall, we have strong Western triple vibes going on, with England moving straight to the Barents Sea in the convoy to Norway. There's a bounce in Sweden. Germany's building free with French support, and France is in Spain's south coast. So yeah, this just screams Western triple in the West. Meanwhile, in the East, Ed Sullivan is taking my advice on board and going for some more ITs, and he's supported Italy to bounce Emmett out of Greece. Wonder how much the tournament meta perspective, knowing Emmett was leading, played into his decision to do that, because obviously Jameson is the only person in the East who's not in a strong tournament position, having not played yet. So that's definitely a potential reason for why he's chosen to do this. But I think the biggest benefactor is perhaps Russia, who gets guaranteed Romania, gets to bounce Turkey out of Black Sea at the same time, and gets to walk into Galicia, which would be really nice if he wasn't facing a Western triple in the north.
Yeah, so
knowing Ed, it was certainly the tournament standings played a role.
Yeah, so we've got Bob Builder saying this East is stacked from a tournament perspective, and and then Ed Orum's a longtime face-to-face player. But those are, like we were talking at the top of the show about how those survival points might really come into play whenever we start seeing some close relationships from a tournament standpoint. And that may be what we're seeing in this game, even from fall of 1901.
Unfortunately, Emmett's playing a country that is not very good at getting survival points if your game's not going well, so that may not be in his favour. Builds wise, I mean, this is all Western triple still. I tend to actually think that's a mistake for Russia to build a fleet north coast when facing the Western triple here. Given that you're almost certainly going to lose St. Petersburg either way, I'd rather build an army there. The moves, Italy moves west. France, not entirely Western Tripoli focused though, with Spain going to Mao instead of to Western Med. Maybe there's a sign for the first time that actually France isn't fully on board with this Western Triple, because Germany's thrown everything east, England's thrown everything east, and got Sweden out of it. Maybe this could turn into an EF where Germany is going to be the loser, as is often the case in a Western Triple. The East, this is sort of the relief that Emmett needed after that tough 0-1, is that this Western Triple threat has perhaps, for now, alleviated some of the threat on him. At least Russia has gone away for sure, because Sevastopol's now moved into Romania, so there's no threat from the Russian there. And if he can guess right on what Ed does this turn, keep Greece, doesn't lose Serbia, this could turn into an okay position for Emmett.
I know that Ed Sullivan believes that Turkey is a natural fourth partner to a Western triple, so I suspect he's going to be working against one of his neighbors here.
Yeah, I agree with Ed on that perspective. However, as Ferdinand points out, Fleet Eddie may not be super Western triple, so like I am going to be watching to see if how long it lasts. That's always the big question.
I think this is already, to me, looking like it's going to turn into probably an EF. Like, France hasn't fully committed to the bed, and England's put the army in Sweden instead of going for St. Pete with it. So I'd be worried if I'm Germany. But don't need to worry yet. France does pull down to cover Marseille, and they misorder, by the looks of it, a convoy to Tuscany, which is unfortunate, because that would have been devastating if it had gone through. Ed Sullivan has decided that someone in the east is superfluous, and it's the Russia that is very rapidly dying. Russia loses Warsaw to Germany, loses Romania to Ed, and England does not take St. Petersburg, even though they could have, which perhaps was an error, but either way, it's going to be a very quick and short game for Caleb. But this is still good news, I think, for Emmett compared to how Spring 01 was going, and Emmett's back in a position where he's difficult to cut out, because the only person who can do it really now is Turkey. And he builds in Budapest to make that more difficult.
I was sure Ed would build an army there. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't built the army to come and deal with Sev, but maybe Italy had demanded that he doesn't. Maybe I'd ask for extra fleets. I don't know. The fleet could also be that he wants to actually still cut Emmett out, and Greece is going to be where he goes with it. Goes for Serbia, although given that he's in Gal, that's more difficult. It does seem like A&T just don't entirely trust Italy, because Austria's feeling the need to defend Trieste. They're not going up to Bohemia or anything. Russia is still on board with Austria despite Turkey stabbing Russia last turn, so he puts Austria into Warsaw. England gets the walk into St. Petersburg, but France has now fully committed to the bed at last, so it's sort of on England on what happens next with this Western triple, because with Germany losing Warsaw, it's hard to see them making further progress on that front. Probably time for England to start thinking about who my next target is.
Yeah, just a note on Ed in the south here. I mean, it's possible that was negotiated, the taking of Rome last time. Ed is quite skilled at sort of unusual alliance arrangements. So this board actually could be evolving in a way that suits Ed just fine.
Yeah, it was to destroy the Russian fleet, so it wasn't like it was a unit that was critical for the defense. Usually you see that involved in a way that lets Russia rebuild it when they're facing a Western triple, but in this case, diplomatically, Ed has gone, now I just need it.
Yeah.
I'd be a little more surprised if this is negotiated with Russia, though. I'll put it that way. Ed goes back into Black Sea and pulls out of Galicia. A&R still continue to work together. Still nothing goes to Bohemia, which is quite unusual. By full 1903, if a Western triple versus an Eastern quadruple, and Bohemia has been empty for the entire game. So that's a rarity in itself. And France pleases John Jameson by putting an army in North Africa.
Austria gets the build here, but can't use it. Emmett leading the tournament. You can't do that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if it's a consequence.
But the key is now, what does England do? Because for the moment they've gone up to Norwegian. They seem to still be on board with this Western triple, but I just don't see how England makes any progress. Russia takes Warsaw from Emmett with German support for reasons that I don't understand it from Russia, and I do understand it from Germany, but yeah, that's a slightly strange one for why Russia would prioritize Warsaw when they were losing Sev to Turkey. Austria, Emmett's decided to pull it off the board as well, which maybe that's a diplomatic play, but it's also perhaps a warning to Ed. Like, if he can get past this turn and rebuilds it, he's got a more solid platform. I don't know. I'm not sure I'd have not gone to Livonia and tried to demand support into Moscow, because maybe England would have given it or something.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see the utility.
Yeah.
It's worth noting France's sort of non-move in the south. North Africa supports Tunis to hold, which is peculiar. As it happens, if West had supported NAF to Tunis, it would have worked and blown up that fleet.
You have to think that if this is just going to be an AT, then Rome and Naples may well fall to the pair of them this turn, and that this was all a bit playing for time in the spring.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if Ed would make a move here.
Yeah.
He has.
Yeah, I think Emmett, like as you said last turn, when he didn't open up the build, he really put himself at a disadvantage. Because if he had just had armies in Bud and Serbia here, then the stab on him was so much worse.
Yep.
He's paid the price. He's not actually got any disbands from it, but now he's going to wish he had walked into Rome and could at least have rebuilt. Russia loses Warsaw having taken it in the first place. I still don't understand why that was the focus, but so be it. What it does mean is that the Western Triple can actually still make progress, because this fourth partner in the East in Ed Sullivan has broken Russia and Austria, which opens the door to Germany and opens the door to England to start channeling those armies through. We'll see if this pays off for Ed. With a 1918 cutoff, there is more than enough time for a Western Triple that sticks together to really punish Ed for this. This is very, very early for this to have happened.
It's bold. We'll give him credit.
Yep. Goes +3. Austria does pull that fleet into Tyrrhenian Sea, so France will now take Tunis. Yeah, for the first time this game, I don't see a reason for the Western Triple to break at this point, so they'll probably surprise me and actually do it. Hey, there we go. England and Germany moved backwards towards France in a not particularly efficient manner, given that Germany can't take Burgundy without losing Belgium. So, I don't know. Either way, it's a change of pace. I guess Rouen can try to go to Belgium, but it's very easily bounced. I think that's the French move, probably. Beyond that, France doesn't take Tunis in spring for reasons I don't particularly comprehend. Like, if Western Med supported the army into Tunis right now, then you could move Western Med back to cover Mao. So, yeah, that's definitely an error on the French part. Italy gets Turkish help, so it is not completely allieless in the East. He's got Italy, and given that Italy could pull Tunis if they lose it, they could cut some sort of deal with France that allows France to turn around and try and actually progress against Austria here. So this isn't over for Italy by any means.
Well, if you're Ed, don't you take Trieste? We'll see.
Depends how much he values having an ally. Bearing in mind that Italy won't be able to retreat to Ionian, assuming that they lose Tunis, because it's surely going to Ionian Sea. There's no reason not to do that. So yeah, I guess he probably does take Trieste.
I don't know. It's a hard one for me, because the way I'm reading this, assuming England and Germany are sticking together and moving against France, those French fleets are going to be moving away from Italy. I'm imagining the play would be for Italy to move up into France. So if that were the case, I'd wait until Italy had committed some of their units in that direction before I made that move.
Yeah, I think Ed's got a problem here. The EG is probably the one he didn't want to face, because now he's still got armies charging towards Austria and through Russia that are all coming at him. I think he would have preferred an EF or an FG, just some other outcome from this Western Triple that meant more units were moving away, because I think he almost needs Italy. He needs those armies around Austria. Yeah, he's put Italy into Budapest. He needs someone to be able to slow Germany down, because if the EG just charge into the Austrian dots and Ed gets the other half, EG will beat him.
Yeah, the question would be whether the theory would be laying off you don't need Italy to fight France, but you do need Italy to fight Germany. So it's both ways. But in this case, he clearly still needs Italy to fight Austria. So
yeah, and I like this by Austria and Germany to put Austria into Romania. That's a very clever move there. Keeps them having some use to the other side of the board, and obviously a bad back foot for Ed. France choosing to push their fleets further forward after what England did with theirs is the real headline here. How England has managed to swing this to convince France, oh, I was just going to North Atlantic on a cruise. I had no interest in actually coming after you. You can keep pushing forwards. And France has somehow decided to take that, and great turn for clock brace in England. And I think it's pretty good for both of EG.
It also shows I can't read a board.
I think we would want to be England in this case, though. Yeah, both.
Probably, yeah. Or it turns out that the Mid-Atlantic Fleet is part of a Western Triple, and this is all some sort of master plan to trick Ed Sullivan and us. Because Mid-Atlantic goes to Western Med, and that's that. Germany moves out of Ruhr. Okay, fine, sure.
Yep.
That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. This, if I'm Ed Sullivan, knowing this game can go to 1918, is probably panic station, because there is more than enough time if the Western Triple doesn't break to grind him down to nothing.
Ed's got to be going crazy.
Well, he's missed some tactical guesses 2 turns in a row, but he succeeds here, correct? Yeah.
He gets rum, but his ally Italy loses Budapest, pulls it off the board. Austria is still on 2. Now Trieste is under serious threat. Like, Ed doesn't have the armies to hold the Balkans. If the Western Triple doesn't break, Ed's still in deep trouble.
Yeah, there's a tactical mistake here. Bulgaria should be the mover here, not Serbia.
Yes, there's no way that that Serbia could have been cut. So yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Just because of position? Or,
yeah, Serbia is a much better place to be than Bulgaria here.
It could be a diplomatic play towards Austria, but I don't see a reason for Austria to flip sides here. Ed gets into Naples because Italy has walked out to try and cover Venice. That's sort of nice. I think this is a probable error by France, though. Like, I know they've got Venice out of this, but I'd have just taken Ionian while you could. Maybe they thought Adriatic would defend it, sure.
Yeah.
Either way, they get into Venice. The armies keep going forward. The fleets once again move down against France, but after last time, who knows whether that's actually against France or whether this is just one big friendly daisy chain. But that's sort of Ed's lost salvation at this point. He needs England to walk into Portugal and Spain right now. And
Is there an argument why England should not here?
There's an argument if England wants to solo that he actually needs to get more fleets into the Med.
Okay.
Blame for the board top. You just take them.
I think England's got enough to solo without it. I think.
I don't think England would be able to hold Warsaw Moscow. Like, if he actually went for a solo, which is why I think you need to push further into the Med.
It's too early to be talking solo for me. Okay.
Too early for all of them. This is an incredibly patient France who's happy for England to just sit in mid-Atlantic Ocean. You don't see that very often, but France gets Rome as well as Venice. England's now into Tyrrhenian Sea. Ed is supporting Germany into Austrian dots. Germany doesn't follow up into Gau, so some slightly odd moves over there. Maybe this is going to draw now. Or maybe Ed thinks it's going to draw now.
This is quite a game.
It is, and I something David Hood always brings up is that I always appreciate. There's lots of ways to play this game, and we're definitely seeing a way that is unexpected, but they're seeing some success from this. So really cool. Thank you, players. Let's keep going.
I think Ed Sullivan will be calling a draw vote, and yeah, he gets the draw.
All right.
Oh,
so, Michaelis, you just predicted that. What was your thinking there?
The fact that Ed put Germany into the Austrian dots and Germany took them made me think that those two had some sort of deal. Like, then the only reason that makes sense for it to be a deal is if they think it's going to end. I think that it's probably okay for both. I don't think well, it's definitely the best result Ed was going to get out of this game. He was not solo topping under any circumstance if this continued. Germany, I find it unlikely. He didn't have the fleets to make a good stab. Yes, he could walk into Sweden, but I think he would have lost ground to Ed if he'd done that. France, I don't really see a route to a top either, but England, I don't understand why they took this draw at all.
Yeah.
The question for me is, so Ed Sullivan had a decent first. The question for me is for any of these three, Germany, England, and Turkey, how valuable would those 5 points have been in terms of the overall tournament standings? I think there's no question that all three of them passed up the opportunity to go for a bigger score here. The question is whether that was worth it in the long run or not. It easily could be. 19 is not a great score, but maybe it's a good third score.
Yeah, it's not a bad score either. Like I know Ed topped his round one and only got 26 points out of it, so the difference isn't huge. And I think he probably would have got 1 or 2 more center points, but I still don't see a way he actually gets a board top. And I think the risk for Ed is that if he, say, vetoes this draw and the Western triple doesn't break, how many points he could lose is much, much higher than how many points he could gain.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of round 2, I think it's also important to remember these players had been playing all day. They're probably tired.
Yeah, that's
true. Again, are those points worth the physical and mental effort as well? Let's take a quick look at what our standings are going into our final round. So we've got Matthew Krill in first place by 1 point over Karthik Konath. Cameron Higby is in third and tied with Ed Sullivan and Keith Worstel. So those 5 points would definitely be making a difference going into this final round about who the club leader is. So after seeing those, this is a new system. Does that change any of your opinions on that game ending?
It doesn't for me.
There's a difference of philosophy on this. Ed is the type of person who does not want to be a tournament leader going into the final round. So for his game, I think knowing that he's just 3 points off of the lead, I think he would go into this round feeling like he was right where he wanted to be. There's a philosophy where you take points whenever you can get them. And, we'll see if he loses, if any of those players lose the tournament by just a couple points.
Yeah, well, if you've got the confidence that, I'm going to have another good round, then, it makes sense.
I go back to Cameron at Tipsy the Draw in that France-Italy alliance with Keith, and he's the one person I think possibly had more points on the table without anything to lose. So I think he's the one who's most passed up the chance to actually get further ahead.
I want to take a moment to give Cameron some real credit here, though. He's been right in the mix for both of those games, and he's in the top group that the front of the peloton. All of them have chances to win, and he's had a good tournament so far.
Yeah, he played very, very well at Dixie when I played against him. He topped the final game that I played in with a very strong Germany.
All right, well, that closes out our round 2 coverage. I just want to remind everybody that if you have not already done so, please like and subscribe if you are enjoying what you're watching. And we are going to go to the final round of our coverage. All right, round 3, game 1. There are 3 boards for our final round. So we're going to go ahead and have Brandon take the lead on this one. Brandon, I know you're going to need to leave soon. So we'll probably have this be your last call. Let's get to it.
All right, we've got the tournament leader, Matthew Krill in Germany, and the first round, round 2 leader, Emmett Wainwright in France. So, those jump off the screen at me right away. Who are they going to, and they're in France and Germany, who are they going to ally with? Are they going to target each other? Are they going to stand back to back, and point their guns outward? Everyone else here is, except for Ben Kellman, who is a well-known player. The other 4, Alicia, Paul, Brian and Caleb are all Colorado players, and we've seen fun stuff from them, but not sustained charges yet. So will one of them want to go for it in round 3?
Yeah, they're all pretty much in the boat where they have to solo, except for Matt. So we'll see how many of them are willing to take the risk to try and make that happen.
All right, we've got the very unusual Liverpool to North move, which is surely a backstabber error. We do have France taking the English Channel. I believe that's the first time we've seen that here. Elsewhere, it's all relatively standard or familiar, I should say. The France's moves sort of stand out the most. And what's interesting too is that we've often seen this tournament so far. We've seen Liverpool to Edinburgh combined with the two fleets going north, which, if that had happened here, would have made Wales open for the convoy. So
I have to wonder, looking at that, whether this is entered wrong on Backstabber and that it's actually London that went to North Sea, because otherwise this is quite the set of misorders. Also interesting for Italy to just leave Venice in 01 and not backfill it.
All right, appears not to have been a misorder. We have that self-bounce in Wales. But so for all of this aggressive opening, it turns out to be a relatively standard sea lion, with Germany getting into north. France gets 2 builds out of it, which is good for them. So very strong FG brewing in the west. And in the east, we again have Turkey going to Khan. This is clearly standard part of the Colorado meta.
And this time, Russia has not put the fleet in Romania. Being Ben Kelm, but I think he'd know better than to do that. So for RT, this is a solid potential.
Yeah, from this position, I could see this RT lasting a little bit. The one pause that I would have if I were either of those most Eastern powers is the Imit having the delayed build, like already picking up Belgium. They're going to have a lot of flexibility when it comes next year. So something to keep an eye on.
I want to see Ben build a fleet North Coast right now.
There we
yes.
go. All right. So, strong northern emphasis Ben Kelman's part. Get a fleet from Alicia. So it does feel RT-ish at the moment. And definitely FG going hard here. All right, let's see what happens. And in the west, we have FG continuing, and I think interestingly, north gets dislodged, so doesn't get this convoy going. And that is because Ben Kelman doesn't do anything anti-English with that northern fleet. Could have tapped St. Peter's, could have tapped Norway, either with Sweden or St. Petersburg, tried to move out the fleet, nothing. In the east, we have clearly Austria is not happy with Italy and wants to attack them. And I don't think Italy necessarily expected this. But
Ben has done nothing with 4 units there. And really, essentially, he's done nothing with 6 units. So something has gone on diplomatically. Austria making an attack on Italy in spring of 02 is quite unusual. You see Austria has also supported Turkey into Aegean Sea. So is there some sort of rat that's about to unleash the brake pedal?
That's what it looks like. In Ben's defense, he still has Norway in the fall here if he wants it. Presumably North is going to get tapped.
Yeah, I think this was actually quite clever on Ben's part in that he can slow Germany down while still taking Norway.
Exactly. And that is not what happened. Well, he tries, but Germany says, you slow me down, you pay the price. And that price is Sweden. So lifeline for Brian Rhodes. Perhaps this is also a response of the West to this RT that's brewing, or ART. And the ART is successful here. Austria gets something out of it right away, gets Venice, and Russia and Turkey are sort of trying to move around the edges.
Yeah, you have to say that often when the West does a successful sea line, the East is far too slow to react. That's the whole point, is that the sea line can sort the West before the East can. And forming a rat is one way to solve that, is that we don't need to resolve the East. We'll just all be friends, except for Italy. Bye.
Yeah. Enough of us will be friends.
Yeah.
All right, we get Caleb is not messing around. You got to respect that. That is great.
Caleb's been a strong alliance player in both games we've seen so far. So, if Ben and Alicia know that, this is also something that could play into their minds and like, hey, I know that Caleb's unlikely to stab me.
So Caleb, dropping the fleet. Elsewhere, we have, I think, all Western Tripoli consonant moves here. England's an interesting one to look at from here. So clearly Matthew and Emmett decided to reorient, and how does Brian in England see himself fitting into that moving forward?
Well, Emmett moved into Ruhr, which is not Western Tripoli in my eyes.
Well, it is if the if Austria and Russia get a bunch of armies to the front right away. But yeah, it leaves open the possibility for mischief.
Yep.
And yeah, I believe this is all Western Tripoli stuff. Well, Brest to English Channel is interesting, but maybe with those two fleets right there, Emmett wanted some reassurance. It's unclear exactly between England and Germany what's going on here. Maybe this is a bid to get Germany another build here, and England admits they have too many units or something like that. But we do have AR getting to the line here. Ben is for some reason not doing anything with St. Petersburg still. So you loved that fleet build, and he might as well not have made it. Elsewhere, we have Austria and Turkey getting into the Ionian, and Trieste gets deployed.
Yeah, I think that's basically it covered here.
All right, we've got the successful Spain to Tuscany convoy this time, and it gets in. And elsewise in the north, Russia does manage to do something, takes Belgium and supports the English convoy, which is curious. But he makes progress for the moment. So the question is, how long will that last? And it feels like Western Triple versus ART, and how long Italy can last in this situation is an open question.
I mean, I would say the answer is not very long on that, with how many non-Italian armies are already on the boot. Ben putting that support in. Maybe this is a diplomatic play towards England, where it was obviously agreed with Germany that England would convoy into Norway, and Germany's moving up to Barents. But Ben is saying, "Hey, I don't mind. I'll do what I can to help you." It's actually turned into quite a nice position for England especially given how bad his position was when he was sea-lined.
So triple on triple action. Who's going to break first? My money will be that England makes the first move on Germany, but let's find out.
I kind of have a feeling this is going to end in a quick draw. This is a short time limited round.
That is true. Very good point. All of these, there is a time limit to this that is unknown to the players. We just know that it's shorter than the duration of our other games.
But on the other hand, we've got two players who have a chance to win this tournament. So there is pressure to do something. Matthew Krill is one of them. Probably, doesn't feel great about his position, but he's not a player to just give up. And not a whole lot happens here. Turkey gets into Serbia, and so if that stays and doesn't go to Albania, then that's potential pin in the balloon.
It's definitely a stab, because if Italy hadn't cut Ionian, they'd been in Greece as well.
Good. Thank you.
And Austria supported a Turkish unit into Naples.
I mean, ironically, Bulgaria would have been open for a retreat, but
yeah, I'm not saying it was a good stab, but it was definitely a stab.
So if you are Ben Kelman in this situation, you see Turkey make this stab. I'm assuming that Ben was not aware this was going to happen because Galicia held. Do you go ahead and say, all right, I'm jumping in, or do you think strategically it makes more sense to have Austria as that buffer?
I join in. I think Ben's facing a strong EG, and his best hope of that changing is if France gets big enough to scare them. So you attack Austria because Austria is the one slowing France down.
I actually agree that if Turkey is going to fight Austria, then Austria is not going to be able to do what you need them to do, and so you might as well, get your slice. St. Petersburg's going. You get to rebuild it as an army if you can stay even here. Yep. And that's what Ben. I'm still calling this right. So Ben, I mean, a lot of stuff happens here for Ben. This is quite a turn. He ends up in Munich thanks to the French support. So France has turned on Germany. So this is Emmett making a bid for this tournament win as well, knowing he has to pass Matt. But so Ben loses Berlin, takes Munich, takes Budapest, loses St. Petersburg. But so he's even, but has 2 piffed units. So he's going to be building 2 here.
I have to question Emmett making this stab and not following up to Burgundy. that seems very questionable to me. He's going to be building from Holland, but only 1 build. I don't love it.
I agree. And on the other hand, if he can tap dance and hold on to his home position enough while he picks up centers around Italy, then it could be worth it. But yeah, it's a sort of risk for a long-term payoff. And Alicia's made a move here as well. I mean, I think there are 2 players here who are making a move, and Ben is sort of, jumping on because he has to. All credit to them.
Well, as I say, I think the diplomatic play for Ben, it had to be, I have to help France, and so he's obviously done that. He saw that, he cut the deal, attacked Austria, and France gave him Munich in return. So you've got to give him credit for that as well.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so elsewhere here we've got Germany and Russia trading places, but Russia is moving forward, popping that English fleet. I guess that's disbanded by choice. So the question, that first question was, okay, what happens to France now? Is the army in Burgundy a problem? Answer is no, but there are other problems to worry about, and that is England, who Brian Rhodes was not happy to sit by idly while France might have walked away with this whole thing.
Big diplomatic win for Macron to get England to go on France rather than on him, because it would have been very easy, especially in a time limit game, for England to just go, all right, sorry, Matt, you're dead, out of the tournament. I'm just going to eat what I can there. And instead, he's decided to punish France. Depending how late this game can go, I believe it can go to anywhere between 07 and 09. And there's enough time for something to change. Matt, I don't think is likely to win the tournament from this position, given how close it is between that top 5. But Emmett, he needs a huge score. It's not just a big score. He needs a huge one after how his round 2 went. So,
yeah, the top 5, I think, were all close to each other, but everyone else was more than 10 points back.
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and look at that now. So Matt is currently at 61.
Well, that includes the round 3 score, though.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. So if this were to end right now, Emmett 52. So Emmett needs 9 points to catch Matt, and then I don't know what the tiebreaker is. So like 10.
Yeah, but even then, you have to look at the other 4 are likely. At least one of them is going to have a good score. So you're probably looking at around 70 as a minimum.
In the south, though, it's worth pointing out that Alicia has stabbed Russia here, has now gone back with Austria and stabbed Russia. And you kind of have to wonder about that, given that she doesn't have a fleet she can put in the Black Sea.
Yeah, I think this is not going to pay off. I know Austria's in Budapest at the expense of Ben, but this is... I don't think it's good to push further against Ben, and I think this is to the benefit of Emmett. And Emmett needs the big score, and he needs everything to go in his favour, and he can make something diplomatically happen with England to get them to back off. There is still the chance for him.
This game may have drawn here.
We'll see. This is... Yeah, that's the last...
Was this because it was still ongoing when you loaded it in, or...?
No. It should have updated now. Let me check the... look at the sandboxes here real quick.
Let's assume for a moment that it did draw here. So that does give Emmett that 5-point bonus. So when we looked at the scores last... okay, that was still included. So that would probably not be enough for the tournament win if that's the case.
But Emmett wasn't one of that leading 5, so he needed Summit, like pretty much a solo to actually win it anyway.
And
Matt
depending
was the one who was in and Matt's not going to get a better position, so you can see why Matt would draw.
Yeah, we don't know how short this round was. It's also possible that it was just a really, really short round as well.
I have a feeling it was said that it would end between 07 and 09.
Okay.
Randomly.
All right. Brandon, any luck figuring that out?
That's what we got, I believe.
All right. Okay. So we're going to consider that game drawn. Congratulations to Emmett for that top. Let's set all of the tournament stuff aside. Michalis, is this the right result?
Emmett played pretty well. Emmett probably knew he wasn't going to get anything massive now that England had turned on him, so I see why Emmett takes the draw. I can see why Ben takes the draw after Alicia stabs him. I can see why Alicia takes the draw because she's not actually going to get much out of the stab. Italy and Austria are counting their lucky stars to be alive. Germany probably the same. The one person you can query should they have drawn is England, and if Brian Rhodes didn't have anything tournament riding to go on it, yeah, maybe he just wants to chill, have a beer, relax.
All right. Well, then we will move on. Brandon, do you want to do one more, or are you good?
Yeah, I got one more.
All right. So we'll go ahead and bring up round 3, game 2. And Michalis, I'll have you give this one the call.
All right. So in Austria, we have Jason Clymer, 9th place overall. He's had couple of solid games. He's not in the running really for winning unless he solos, but still he's proven himself pretty solid so far. In England, we have Piers Thompson, another local. I believe he only played 1 round. France, we have Ed Prem, someone else who's got a couple of solid results without the standout. And obviously the 3 that you're really drawing your eyes to are Ed Sullivan in Germany, Karthik Konaf in Italy, and Keith Worstel in Turkey, all of whom are very much in position to win this, and they'll be very aware the others are in position to win this. Russia, Troy Bettinger, he's not really in contention to win this, but those players who aren't in contention to win, having 3 of the big leaders on your board opens up so many doors for you because they're all going to be focused on each other.
All right, well, let's get to our first round, or first moves, and here we go.
Well, Troy has given us some surprise openings. St. Petersburg to Finland and to Warsaw to Livonia. We're definitely seeing some unusual Russian opening there. Austria opens to Bohemia. The last time I saw this was Jason Massbom in a Summer Classic top board, and I stabbed him for Vienna when he did it. We'll see if it goes a bit better for Jason. Karthik does a standard opening. Keith gets to do this, shuffle the fleet out. Continued pro-RT cooperation that we've seen throughout this tournament. And the West is all much more sane compared to what's happened in the East.
I love Keith Worstel adopting the meta, like quickly recognizing it and getting on board with it. Well done.
Yeah, it's great for Turkey, so good play. And he knows Karthik's likely to be his big rival, so getting the fleet out, you've got to deal with Italy. There's no real room for an IT on this board, even though I love them.
And Karthik does too, right?
Yeah, and so does Ed. Ed's going for a Western triple, which he's very lucky that Austria went to Bohemia and didn't walk into Munich behind. But
great.
Yeah, this is definitely ad opening.
Winner of 1901, we've got the right builds for Ed Sullivan. that's what you do when you build 3. We've got I like the French builds, and yeah, I think all of these make sense to me. Anything stand out to either of you?
I mean, it's the same as last game, Western triple versus ART.
I mean, it could well be an Eastern quadruple. Keith and Karthik may put their differences aside tournament-wise just to stop this. Or Keith will sit behind and do what Ed did and be the 4th partner to the Western triple, knowing that there's a much earlier time limit in this round, so you can get away with it to a much higher degree as Turkey.
All right, let's see.
The person that I think is most frustrated at this exact moment of the game would be Karthik Konaf. I hate being Italy in this position.
Yeah, it's very hard to see a path for him to top anytime soon, unless France goes the other way, which France has done. So that opens the door again for Karthik. He's made pretty standard defensive moves. Keith has decided he doesn't need to be a partner in the east. He's going to attack Austria at least. Maybe Troy's on board, maybe not. Black Sea could be a problem for Keith. This is definitely not an Eastern quadruple versus a Western triple, but only 2 of the West have made Western triple moves here.
Yeah, this is good. Get my popcorn out.
France does some sort of Western triple move, but also takes Belgium. Probably diplomatically, I'd say maybe Ed was worried in spring and said, hey, you can have Belgium, we'll keep the Western triple going. Karthik has correctly identified that France is still a threat, so he's guessed right in blocking that off for now. Austria gets to grow, takes Serbia in 02, and Troy was not pro-Turkey, but it hasn't worked out for him because Turkey walks into Rum. And Troy did not guess right. So, well, maybe he was actually supposed to be going through con. Who knows?
It certainly feels like Keith has pulled a fast one, but we'll see. That suggests it was by agreement.
Yeah, the fact that Black Sea's pulled off the board, or it's either a fast one or Troy has recognised that, even if I fight Turkey, I won't win it. Warsaw, Moscow, where I can get survival points in this game. So that's possibly just a clear-minded response.
I mean, if you're Turkey, though, you're not loving Army Budapest, though.
No, and you're also not loving the fact that Ed Sullivan is getting the Western triple to stick together. Right. These are very Western triple-y builds.
Well, we have our answer about whether that was a stab or not of Keith on Russia. Clearly was.
Yep, definitely so. But Austria is on board with it by the looks of it. That's a win for Keith for sure. Gets into Ionian as well. This is already looking like Karthik's tournament chances are going up in smoke because he can't do anything if France is attacking him and Turkey's right behind him. Yep. And at that point, you have to start thinking, if you're Karthik, who do you prefer to win as well? Which he'll definitely be someone who likes to have an impact on who wins the tournament if it can't be him. So I'd keep an eye on what Karthik does this game now.
100%.
Yeah, that's going to be a risk for Keith, and I think is probably the one who will would be the most likely to feel that. What am I saying? I think Keith could come out on the underside of this, but we'll see.
I don't know. I think if you're Karthik and you blame Ed Sullivan for forming the Western triple that's cost you a shot at the tournament, which is essentially what has happened, I don't know. I can see him throwing stuff to Keith in this game.
We do need to give Pierce Thompson props for convoying directly into St. Petersburg and all of a sudden has 2 armies on Moscow.
That is delicious. Yeah.
So it's likely that Warsaw, Moscow, and Seb will all fall this turn. Oh. Troy.
Moscow does not.
Troy. Support yourself to Moscow. Yeah.
I'm guessing this is an arrangement on Trieste that Austria was getting Rum by agreement with Turkey. Turkey was getting Sev, and Austria gets Trieste. So Italy gets Trieste, rather. So that's well negotiated by Karthik to give himself some sort of play still on this game.
Why do you do it if you're Keith, though?
Maybe he didn't know Austria would make the deal with Italy. Or maybe he just wants I can see it's 1903, he's got time to take it back. He wants Austria to hold up against Ed, so I can see why you give it to Austria.
Fair.
Interesting. It definitely changes the dynamic of this board. I'd love to see that coordination.
Yeah, Italy getting back off the mat here. That's surprising. All right. So who has the best position here? Who would you want to be on this board in a time-limited game?
I think I'd want to be France. From a tournament perspective, obviously, I don't want to be France, but from this single game perspective, I think France is the one who can make late stabs reasonably easy because Germany seems to be happy with him to just sit in Ruhr. And if And there is going to be some chaos between Karthik and Keith at some point. Either Karthik will throw or Keith will stab, which point France will surely get Tudors out of it and potentially more. So, yeah, I think I actually like Ed Prem's position best, although that English fleet in North Atlantic is the one big worry.
Yeah. I think I'd pick Germany here. I think there's sort of the most potential for you've got a good defensive position. I think you have to get that army out of Ruhr, though. I think you have to negotiate that right now.
Yep.
Well, I'll be the one to pick England in that case. I feel like this is going to be a close one, and anytime you've got a close game, I feel like England's got a good chance at swiping dots at the end. The only reason why I'm a little hesitant to make that prediction is I don't think the players know when that's going to be. So England's going to have to be set up and ready to go at a moment's notice.
That plays a big part for me as well, in that if Turkey knew when this game was ending, I'd want to be Turkey right now, because then Turkey can time it to perfection on when to stab and walk before anyone can actually react.
And if you had like another 5 years, right? Like you actually need time as Turkey, I think, to get into the position for it.
Yeah, but in a tight game where everyone's close on points, a 2 or 3 dot stab in the final year could win you the board top, and that only works if you know when the final year is. But you can guess.
Fair.
So all right, this is a fun one.
Here we have pretty standard moves between everyone. You'd sort of expect all of these moves for everyone sticking with their current alliances. Turkey does convoy Armenia back to Constantinople, which, if they're thinking of stabbing Austria at some point, this is now a better place for it to be. We'll see. Other than that, I think this is a pretty standard turn.
Yeah, this feels like boxers kind of circling each other. Yeah, just testing out each other's reflexes and stuff. Let's see if someone lands a punch next turn.
It's early position. Whoa.
So I've asked Manas for confirmation on when each game ended. I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
I can't believe this game would end here.
Karthik was in the comments. It was in the chat though. Karthik, is this where this game ended? Let's see.
I can't see a reason why Keith or Karthik would draw at this stage.
I mean, unless like the game ended really early. Maybe they started late and the game ended early. Yeah, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
All right, well, let's again play like this is where the game drew. Fall of 1904. We've got Germany on top. First of all, Brandon, good pick. But is this like who should say no to this draw?
Well, Keith and Karthik for certain, and I don't really see why France would say yes yet. I'm not even sure England should say yes yet. I can see why Ed would, assuming the other games are going in his favour, but even Ed, you can say there's more points on the table for him if he tops by a higher margin and gets some more centres in the bank. Maybe Austria. Austria and Italy. They can have accepted this draw and I won't criticise them for it.
All right, I've texted some people to try to get clarification on this.
Same here. So we will come back to this game if it ends up this is not the end, and if it is, it's very curious. But for the time being, we will congratulate Ed Sullivan on the 22 points. That could be significant. So we shall see.
Can you show us the standings now?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick look at where we're at.
I believe it puts the ball in Cameron Higby's court to beat it.
Yeah, so after that,
Ed says this is how the game ended.
Wow. Well, diplomatic win for Ed, convincing everyone else to take that draw.
Wow.
So got a score of 67. So yeah, going into the final game, Ed Sullivan is the one to beat. Karthik has already played, Matt's already played, Keith's already played, Emmett's played, Ed's played. So Jason, Cameron, Alicia, and Eddie would be the players in the top 10 to keep your eye on.
Jason and Alicia have played as well. It's basically Cameron.
All right.
Did Ed say whether it ended by agreement or whether it was actually timed?
Didn't. I believe it looks like it was by agreement. It looks like we might have missed some orders. Karthik says they had a stalemate line set up in the med, but Ed says that he topped with 7 centers, which is what we have. So,
Okay.
So I can go until 4:10.
All right. Well, we'll go for as long as you are able. If you need to drop before we're done.
I mean, with games this short, maybe we'll get it done.
We'll see round
Yeah,
3.
Because I also
Round
need to
three.
go fairly soon.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go. Brandon, read out our players.
All right. The names that jump out are Cameron Higby and Eddie Brisson. Those are the ones in position to win this tournament with a good score. Darius, Gabe, Kate Sullivan is Ed Sullivan's daughter, playing her first game ever. Was just taught the game recently and did some calisthenics with her and her brother, and she made the trip out here. So she should be from Houston. Chris Hiles, Chris Nicholson, the 2 Chris's are both from Colorado. And that's it. Let's do it.
Okay, let's
Wouldn't
go.
it be delicious if Kate Sullivan helped Cameron Higby top and Cameron beat Ed as a result?
I am rooting for that.
That would be great. There's some history between Cameron and Ed as well, going back to Dixie last year. So if that becomes relevant, we'll talk about that. All right, we've got Cameron Higby adopting the Colorado meta and opening Northern, full Northern. Gets away with it because Gabe does not go to the English channel. In the South, we have Chris Hiles doing an anti-Austrian opening. First time we've seen something like this. So taking Trieste and following up from with the army. Turkey does the standard anti-Austrian opening, and Chris Nicholson does this. This is a real thing in this meta, is opening with the fleet to Rome. Doesn't get a Turkish fleet in black for his troubles.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Eddie's missed a trick here with Italy making the immediate attack on Austria. This is a great chance for a juggernaut, and he hasn't put the fleet straight out.
I am pretty sure we have a majority of Turkish players not going to Black Sea in this tournament. That is definitely a first.
And Turkey's done really well, so maybe that's actually the solution to Turkey.
All right, we have there's an attempt at an RT here. I think Eddie knows better than to think that he would have gotten that army out. So this is probably deliberate on his part not to put the fleet forward facing. Elsewhere, we have nobody taking Belgium. We have Cameron convoying into Norway. So unclear. Hopefully we'll get some build information in the West to identify the alliance structure there.
Was that England supported Germany to Belgium and France supported England to Belgium, and Germany didn't go and neither did France? Not a lot of trust.
Yep. We have Germany waiving a build, Kate Sullivan. So this is maybe going to be a learning experience. But otherwise, it's all very Western Tripoli in the West. In the East, we've got, I think, consistent with RT, we have Russia waiving a build as well. I think this is not what you want if you are Russia, especially facing a Western Tripoli.
I think this is exactly what you want if you're Cameron Higby looking to win a tournament, with Germany and Russia both waiving builds, Germany not putting a fleet down and Russia not putting anything in St. Petersburg when you put an army in Norway.
Yep. This is coming up roses for Cameron Higby. I did get word, by the way, from Ed Sullivan that the sandbox is correct, so we did have the correct end state. Cameron Higby is looking very fine right now, getting supported into Belgium by Kate Sullivan, taking St. Petersburg with no risk of losing it. This is delightful. And Gabe Rash does commit to the south with that fleet to Lyon. So even though that fleet went to mid-Atlantic, it's certainly going to be occupied in the south. Elsewhere in the east, we have Chris Nicholson committing to the RT against Austria. So this is an alliance structure that is, you're right, set up very well for Cameron at the moment.
Yeah, this is an Italian-French war is exactly what he wants to see when he's going to be walking into Russia and with a weak Germany here. He can stab Germany if he wants, yeah.
Germany's helping. The only thing that would be better is if Germany were actually moving units east to fight Russia as well, but maybe that can come later.
Still time, yeah. It's only 1902, or you could just take Russian support into Denmark.
Into Denmark. I mean, but you know, at some point we start looking at how many centers Cameron needs to win the tournament, and this could be a moment where we look back and say this is, you know, Cameron won the tournament with this, because it's a short round. These games are likely going to be short.
Not very many is the answer as well. We know Ed like they were pretty much even on points, and Ed only
Yeah.
got a 7-center board top. So you're looking at what, 7 or 8 centers, and that's it. And he's already on. Well, that will be 6 at the end of 1902. No, that'll be 7 at the end of 1902. So he's possibly already winning the tournament at the end of 02.
Yeah, in the East, we have Eddie picking up Greece and Chris Nicholson getting into Galicia, but curiously moving Bohemia to Tyrolia. So there's some peculiarity going on here, which, again, works to Cameron's benefit.
Yep.
Show us the standings really quickly right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got...
So Cameron is currently tied. Then we'd have to go back and figure out those tiebreakers. Hopefully Cameron will get some more. And this is with Ed's final score, remember?
Yes.
So, okay. Let's go back.
Tiebreaker is, I believe, fewest years played has a big part in it.
Yeah,
in
let's worry about
draws.
that. All right, let's move ahead here. Let's see if we can... So the builds look right to me for Cameron. He needs fleets in the water and an army to back it up.
Yep. Yeah, his enemy's not France, so this is absolutely correct build.
So he manages to hang on to Denmark and is now in position, I think, to do more damage. Has a problem potentially with Belgium if right. So if France doesn't want him to keep Belgium, he won't keep Belgium. So that's a potential concern for him. In the East, Chris Nicholson is Austria has turned against Italy here very clearly, and that's music to the Juggernaut's ears.
Yeah, it's just good news for Eddie Bassan, who is sort of the one person who can possibly rival Cameron for a top right now.
Yeah.
I would expect with France is that the agreement is England takes Holland and France takes Belgium behind.
And that is exactly what happens. Interesting. Ruhr supported Munich here when it didn't. Oh, it did need to because Bohemia and Burgundy were on it. If it had supported Holland, then this would not have worked.
It's a mistake by Cameron not to tap Sweden with Norway.
Not to tap Sweden, correct. There was no need for Norway to be supported. So Norway should go to Sweden here. Norwegians should be going to Norway. Hopefully that doesn't
Unless
cost
it's a diplomatic play. Who knows?
Hard to see why, but it could have been certainly. All right, let's in the East, it looks like Austria is on a revenge tour against Italy. I don't know if I understand exactly why. Maybe it's because Italy abandoned him. And
Italy attacked them at the start when they went the two armies to Trieste and Venice.
Thank you very much. All right, and then so winter 1903 sees Chris Nicholson and Russia put down 2 units. Cameron has to disband that. Oh, I would have. So you keep the army in York because you're worried about Mid-Atlantic slipping up. I wouldn't do that. I think I would have.
I keep it because I still want to convoy it, to be fair.
Fair. All right, but Cameron still has pretty good.
Yeah.
Cameron still has pretty good position here. It's worth saying.
I was going to say I could see the argument as well for helping Russia not taking Sweden by if it means Russia stops Eddie because Eddie's your rival for the board top. But obviously that's not what's happened, and England now takes Sweden and gives Germany Denmark again. Interesting. Italy has turned back, possibly because of the Austrian attack. Turkey is pushing forward. This is a really nice year for Eddie Bassan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're Cameron, if you want to be supporting Germany in here, but you can knock them back out again.
I think you just don't want Germany and Russia to coordinate.
The problem that Cameron's going to have here, though, is that he has to top this board. So, and I think he needs 8 centers to be fully clear of Germany.
Yeah, I was gonna take a quick look at the standings again now that he's not on top. So yeah, that drops him down. So he's got 61 points at the moment. So 67 is the score. So
he needs to top with 8 centers or
8
more.
centers or more.
Yep.
And the top, right?
Yep.
Theoretically, he could come second on like 13 or more.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. All right, let's see what happens. Can he retake Denmark? Not this year, but is in position to do it next year if he wants. Problem is that Russia is now going to be in position to retake St. Petersburg. Elsewhere on the board, we say goodbye. We do not say goodbye to Austria because they take Munich. That is actually a help for Cameron. And the problem, but his problem again is going to be that Russia and Turkey, he has to beat them. He has to be on top of them, especially Russia. Oh, except Russia's losing 2 here. So so they may be gaining Budapest, but they're losing Denmark and Sweden. That's less of an issue.
Yeah, but it's still looking good for Eddie.
Yeah, this is. I think Turkey's his problem rather than Russia.
If Eddie wants it.
And there's also a question if Cameron can get Gabe to give him the top.
Yeah. I mean, it's an argument, right? Like, hey, I'm in position to win this tournament. What do you say?
Hey, let me walk into Brest by having no units next to it.
I don't like accepting that, but I would be frustrated if somebody didn't try. Like, you got to ask. I mean, the worst it can happen is they know.
English Channel may not be agreed. That may have been a stab, and he's just going for all dots, knowing it's a time-limited game.
And Eddie is now in position to stab Russia if he wants. My prediction here is that Cameron's going to end this on 8, and Eddie's not going to stab.
I think Eddie's going to have so... No.
Eddie stabs. Takes 2. Doesn't get Venice. Cameron is up 3 because he takes Kiel as well. So
he loses St. Pete, so he's only up 2.
Right, but he is ahead of Eddie, or no, they're going to be tied. They're going to be tied. Oh, no, Eddie's ahead because he picked up Naples and Tunis as well. Oh, dear. Eddie's not catchable here at this point.
Eddie goes up +4. It's
Yeah.
Played this
But
game.
that second place 13 centres that I said is actually on, even with an early cut-off.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Because you can guarantee you'll get St. Pete now that Russia's got to deal with Turkey.
I think that may be it.
Oh, there's no winter phase?
Do not have anything from the winter. So let me check the sandbox.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
They must. This may have been a timed.
Yeah, that would
time
be
ending.
guess.
Wow. Oh, Cameron's so close.
Oh, all right. Well, first of all, let's take a moment. Let's step back. Let's talk about this game, and then we'll get to the tournament results overall. Exciting game, very quick. What are your thoughts, Brandon?
Expertly played by Eddie. I think I was overlooking him because I've gotten used to him not playing to win. But he very much played this to win, and he did it in a perfect style, given that he has gotten people to think that he doesn't play to win, which is to play not to win and then take it at the end because people expose themselves to you. I think it's. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's. I know you need to to go, so we will go ahead and show our final standings. Looks like, if our math is right, Ed Sullivan comes out on top with a score of 67. Cameron Higby in second with 64. Heartbreaking end there. Karthik in third at 62. Matthew Krill 61. Eddie Brisson 60. Keith, we're still at 60, and rounding out your top 7, Emmett Wainwright with 52. Man, this was a really, really fun event for me to watch. Michalis, let's close out the show with your thoughts about this event.
It was really nice to see some completely different meta. We saw Italy opening Mediterranean Sea pretty much by default. We saw that this really helped Turkey, and we didn't see any really big France as a result. So given that France has been dominant in a lot of the online meta of late, maybe this is something we all need to start taking some tips from. Other than that, I think Cameron, Ed, they both played exceptionally well in all of their games. Maybe Cameron's regretting taking that draw with Keith when it was 15-15 and he didn't go for the board top / solo, but Ed played pretty much perfectly in all of his games. He maximised the score in them all, I think, and that's why he's won the tournament.
Brandon?
Yeah, I like to give Ed a hard time for not taking bigger swings sometimes. He measured it just right. He knew what was needed, and it worked out great. Big props to Cameron Higby. Sometimes you need to get close before you get all the way, and this was you showed a lot of really strong play here. Hopefully, you learn from this and figure out what you need to do to get that last step. Karthik, it's Karthik.
Who?
I am curious to look at the power averages for this game and see if Turkey was the strongest power. And I agree with McCallus, it was fun.
We can take a really quick look at that. So our bring that up real quick. So here's our summary. So looks like Turkey at 12.9. Looks like Matthew Krill had best Turkey. Russia at 4.3. That's surprising. And England at 14.8 was the highest. France felt much weaker. I think that's just a sign of how strong we are, or we're used to seeing it. So really fun to see that mix up in the meta for these powers overall.
Yeah, not surprised to see Austria doing badly when there were so many RTs. That's a pretty natural consequence of that. Yeah, you have to go back mackerel. Like the Turkish average should have been much higher if he just pushed that to as many centers as he got. Even if he didn't solo, he ended up what 5 or 6 points off the top of the tournament. Those points could have made the difference just from taking more centers.
100%. Brian, thank you very much, man.
Oh yeah, happy to do it. Glad to be back on Gameday Live. This is a blast. I've been missing this for sure. And I do want to say a special thank you to Emmett, Manus Hand, and Eber Condrel for putting together looks like a fabulous tournament. The venue, the prize support, the social events, everybody that I've seen online, a lot of positive chatter. Really glad to see this event back in action. So thank you for putting it together. Fantastic to see how strong the Armada club is right now. Really love club play. It's my favorite way to play this game. And again, shout out to the players for bringing in some different ideas for this meta. And as David Hood often points out, lots of ways to play this game. And we just saw some of that today. And I would encourage our regulars to maybe experiment a little bit, see if we can make some of that work out in the current meta that we're playing, that we cover most frequently on DBN. So with that, thank you both, McCallus, Brandon. Thank you for jumping in and covering these games. And thank you all for watching. Thank you, chat. Always one of my favorite parts. If you enjoyed the show, please like and subscribe. Brandon, will you give us the outro? And we'll see you guys later.
In the great honor of our esteemed West Coast shining light, stay safe and stab well, everyone.